feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, beating the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. Your props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my trap. Go to swamp, don't take what we want. Tip it down, living some 50 gang. What we own, man, through the door, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
Finance and sorrow be controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Yeah, hey, I climb to the top.
I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday afternoon, and that means it's time for Series E Apex Legends. We're kicking off Week 7 here at Esports Arena. It's Rice Krispies Treats Week. I'm your host. As always, my name is Yeso. Super excited to be here with you all once again. And it is always the best way to spend my Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons here with Series E. So excited to have you all on board. We're going to have a ton of action here for you tonight. And for those of you that are new and may not know exactly what's going on, I just want to break down exactly how things work here, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified for this season, either through the open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those squads have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and now each player makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday against some of the best pros from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Or if you are in Twitch chat, you can just use ! sign up. It'll give you the link that you need. So it's Rice Krispies Treats Week. As I said, we got all the awesome snacks here on the table that I will probably be hitting up by the end of the show. Just don't tell my technical director, because, you know, maybe I'm not allowed to eat in the studio, but we'll just pretend like he doesn't see anything about that right now. But excited for all the action here today. But before we kick off all of that, we've got our favorite game show to play here on Series E, and that's Deal or Steal. And since it's Rice Krispies Treats Week, I've got a very special guest ready to join me. His name is Nemu Sona, joining me from Team Rice Krispies Treats to play some Deal or Steal. So let's welcome my friend on in here with me. There he is on your screen. Nemu Sona, welcome, my man. Thanks for joining me today.
How's it going, Yesa? How you doing, brother?
It's going great. I'm happy to see you. I will say, we had a bit of a flip-flop here. I believe we were scheduled to have clinical, and I wore a little something special for him today. I came into the office, and he is a fellow Yu Yu Hakusho fan, and
I
wore
know he
this
loves
for
that.
him today. So I want to say, clinical, if you're watching this right now, or maybe you're watching a clip later, you know, I had the Hiei shirt on for you today. I was thinking of you, but the next best thing, we got Nemu Sona on. Excited to have you here today. We're going to play some Deal or Steal. So before we get into things, let me just break down for everyone how the game exactly is going to work. Okay, we got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes from all of our partners. To start the game, Nemu Sona is going to pick one to set aside for himself. We will then go through multiple rounds, eliminating crates as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal that Nemu Sona can either take the deal or he can say steal, and we'll keep playing the game. If we get to the end of all of the rounds and we've taken no deals, we will crack open the crate that Nemu Sona picked at the start, and we will see what's inside. All makes sense to you?
Yes.
All right, awesome.
Perfect.
Let's get the game up on the board. I got crates 1 through 20. I got an Xbox Series X hiding in there somewhere, some awesome Razer products, snacks galore, even some Esports Arena swag. So 1 through 20, what's the one we're picking here to set aside at the start?
Let me see. I want to go with 11. That's the one.
Number 11. Okay, we'll set that one aside. Now, when we do our TCG streams, one thing we talk about is chase cards. It's like kind of that one we're hunting for. What's the chase prize here for you today? Is it that Series X, or do you maybe need, you know, a new keyboard? You need some Apex coins? What are we hoping for?
Honestly, man, I'm kind of hoping it's either the Apex coins or the Xbox.
Okay,
That's
Apex
actually what I
coins
want.
or an Xbox. Well, maybe one of those is hiding inside number 11, but let's kick off the first round here. We've set aside number 11. Now this round, 9 crates. We got to open them up one by one, see what's inside. So let's get it rolling. What are we cracking open first?
Start it from the top. How about 20?
All right, start it from the top. We're gonna say number 20 down to that bottom right hand corner. Start with the big numbers here. Crack that sucker open. It's a Nestle Splash water pack. That's a great start. We want to start in those white tiers, keep those deals high here at the beginning. So good pick there with number 20. Where are we going next?
Let's go with, how about 4?
Number 4. Okay, we're going to hit the corners on the right side here. Inside that one's going to be the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack. That's a great start. Now, okay. Absolutely
Crazy
love
with
to
it.
see that. Okay, 2 down. What's next?
You know what? Let's keep going with the corners. How about 17?
Okay. Number 17. Keep it consistent. Can we hit 3 white tier prizes in a row? That would be an impeccable start. Oh, okay. 2,150 Apex coins. That's going to sting a little bit. I know you're maybe looking to complete that heirloom collection. The nice thing is there's still another
Yes, I am.
2,150. There's a 6,700 up there. So we still got some options. Are we going to close it out with number 1 here? Close out all those corners?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Go for it.
Back up to number 1. Give me back in those white tiers. I want to see some Pringles, maybe some Rockstar. Inside
Watch
this
this
one.
Pop-Tarts.
Ooh, okay. It's going to be that sweet little Razor backpack. That one's going to sting a little up into the purple tiers, but there's still the keyboard and the headset available, and the Xbox is still on the board. So we eliminated the corners. What's next?
Let's go with 16.
Number 16. All right, we need to get back into the white tiers with this one. Oh, that's a dagger right there. The Xbox Series
Man, that hurts.
X. That
It sounds so quick.
That one's definitely gonna sting a little bit. We still got time here though. 5 down, 4 more to go. We need a recovery here in this round. Where are we going next?
I can still get some good stuff. How about let's see. Go for number 8. Number 8.
Number 8, okay. I mean, that's the great thing, is like no matter what, you're going home with a prize, and there's all kinds of great stuff here. You're going home with maybe some snacks or some Apex coins, so it's a dub regardless. There's the Pop-Tarts pack that we were looking for inside of number 8. We're back in the white tiers.
Glad that's
where we
gone,
wanna
bro.
be. Okay.
Because I got my Rice Krispies. That's all I need.
There we
baby.
go. There we go. I got some of the home style ones here on the coffee table in the studio. So 3 more to go before my first deal.
If it's 3 more to go, then let's go with 3. Why not?
Okay. Number 3. Back up to that top row. We need to hunt down more of those white tiers, and we found one here, a Rockstar pack
Let's go,
inside of
baby.
number 3. We'd love to see that. Okay. Final 2 of this round.
Go with 14.
Number 14. Can we keep
I feel like I'm gonna regret that.
the momentum rolling? He's not gonna regret it because it's
I did
just the
regret that.
lower Apex coins prize. It's the 2150. 6,700 is still
Yeah.
on the board, so I think that's a dub.
6700 is still there. That's true. That's
Yes,
true.
sir. Yes, sir. Last one this round, then I got my first deal for you. Let's close out on a high here.
Yeah. Let's go with 19.
Number 19. Okay. Back down to that bottom row one more time. We need a big winner here. It's a $50 Walmart gift card. Okay, hey, that's a lot of Rice Krispies treats you could buy with that. But I
That is
still
true, that
think
is true.
that is a very serviceable first round. Look, 6 off of the board in those top 2 rows of prizes. So we love to see that, but the backpack and the Xbox going to sting a little bit. But my first prize, I think, is going to be pretty good. I think you had a really good start to the show. So I know you knocked 2 of them off the board, but guess what? I can kind of do whatever I want on the show. So we're just going to throw it up. 2,150 Apex coins here. I know you're hunting for some. Do you want to take it and take the deal, or do you feel like you play for the 6,700, or you play for one of those awesome Razer products still up there, deal or steal?
And that is so tempting.
But maybe
You know what? Let's keep going.
6,700 is
I'll go
enough.
for the 6700.
Okay. Then Masona says, steal. We've still got more coins, more prizes to play for. So we opened up 9 last round. This time around, 6 crates. We've got to open still some awesome prizes on the table. Where are we going to start?
Honestly, all I'm gonna say is if I get a 6700 on the first one, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. Let's go with 9.
Number 9, okay. Let's see what we got inside crate number 9. It's a Cheez-It pack off the table. We started both rounds with the white tier prizes. Can we do 2 in a row?
You know, I think we can. I think that is a possibility. Let's
Which
go with
one's
7.
speaking to you? 7? 7? 7, okay, let's see. Lucky number 7. We need this to be a good pull for Nemu. It's going to be an Esports Arena mystery box. Okay, little higher tier prize, but the nice thing is there's 2 of those on the board here as well, so you can still win yourself an Esports Arena mystery box. So 2 down. What's up next?
Let's go with number 12. Number 12.
Number 12, right next to number 11, that we set aside at the start of the show. Inside that one's going to be the other Esports Arena mystery box.
Huh?
You hunted them both down.
This is big, bro.
That's what our good friend Tom T Squared Taylor won when he came and played the game with me. I believe, rumor has it, he may or may not have won some gamer bathwater from CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Endress. I can neither confirm nor deny said rumors, but
I'm sad I didn't get that.
where are we going next?
Let's go. Okay, I think like every time I go somewhere near 11, I feel like it's bad. So let's go as far as possible. Let's go with number 5.
Okay, number 5, he says. Inside of number 5, what do we have here? It's going to be, the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. Another one of those purple tiers off the board. Those black sharks, though, that headset, still on the table. And I would give that one a ringing endorsement. I use it at my desk at work every day. It's a great headset, so still a good one on the table. I believe last one of this round.
All right, let's see. How about we go for 15? Let's go with 15.
15, he says. I think we'll have one more after this. Yeah, 15. Okay. Inside of number 15, we need a white tier pull, and we got it. It's the Pringles pack.
Ooh.
That
Yes,
is
sir.
what we're looking for. So actually, this should be now the last pick of this round. So one more has got to go before my next deal. Can you hunt down that other splash pack or the Rice Krispies?
Let's go for number 10.
Number 10. We tried to run away from number 11. It bit us in the backside last time. Let's see if we go back and close, and it's a dub. That's the splash water pack right there. That's how you close out round number 2. I love to see it. Okay.
Okay. I like that.
Second deal here. Look at those top 2 rows. Just fittingly enough, the Rice Krispies Treats pack available up in those top 2 rows, which we'd love to see. It's RKT week here. So, interestingly enough, my deal is going to get a little bit better. I want you to be able to go out and stock back up on those Rice Krispies Treats. So, I've got a $50 Walmart gift card. You can go out, if you want to get some Pop-Tarts or some Pringles, we'll keep it between us. I won't tell anybody, but go out, get some snacks, some drinks, whatever you need with that $50 Walmart gift card. Now, let me tell you how the rest of the game is going to go. If you say steal, we open 3 more crates. I have one final deal for you. If you don't take that deal, then we open up number 11 and see what's inside, okay? So what are we thinking?
Honestly, man, I just came back from Walmart today, so let's keep going. Go big or go home, baby.
He already went out, restocked, still looking to go the distance here. So, steal. No gift card this time around, and we got to open 3 more crates. 2, 6, 13, 18. 3 of them got to go. Where are we going?
Let's go with 13. 13. I feel like I'm gonna regret that so bad now. Let's go with 13.
Is it lucky number 13? Or is it gonna come back to bite my friend? It's not, it's the Rice Krispies Treats pack. He saved it for the last round. He's got the stockpile already at home.
Rice Krispies is gone, but I'm gonna eat for that, bro.
There you go, there you
I
go.
deserve to eat a Rice Krispie.
Okay. 2, 6, and 18. He's snacking, he's gaming and snacking, and he's looking to catch some dubs right now too. What's next?
Number 2.
Number 2, up to that top row. It's been hanging out up there for a while, all on its lonesome. What do we have inside number 2? It's the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros. Okay, that one's gonna hurt. We were hoping maybe that was inside number 11. And now we're at decision time. The only prizes still left available in the crates are the 6,700 Apex coins, as well as 2 Series E jerseys of your choice, but I know you're already rocking one, so you're hoping the Apex coins are inside number 11, so 6 or 18. What's the last crate we're opening up this round?
18.
He says 18. Let's see what is inside. Number 18, we're hoping for the Series E jersey of your choice, and we got it. We got it, ladies and gents. Perfect. Okay, so Nemusona going the distance. Final deal of the day, and you put me in a real interesting spot here.
All right, let's see the deal.
Okay. I kind of want you to just go the distance and open up number 11 here. When I'm looking in between, I'm gonna say an Esports Arena mystery box. We knocked a couple of those off early on in the show. So I want to make this a little tempting for you. So either the Apex coins or the jersey is in number 11. Do you risk it, or do you want to take the mystery box home? Get some more swag.
Honestly, I'm going all the way, bro. I'm going all the way.
The spidey senses are tingling. You're feeling the 6,700 in that crate.
Yes, I do.
Okay. The final one. Namusona says steal. So we're at the end of the road, ladies and gents. Number 11. He picked it at the start. Was it a lucky pull? Does it have the Apex coins? It does! The choice. He made the right choice, and he goes the distance. 6,700 Apex coins are all yours. I love the confidence. Wire to wire. You call the Apex coins off, off of the rip, and you're going to take home quite a stack of them. So we got to complete that heirloom collection. Am I right?
Yes, I do. I got to complete that. I get the Octane heirloom, man.
That's what I love to hear. Hey, thank you so much for joining me today, Nemusona. You got 6 games ahead of you tonight. Are you excited? It's Rice Krispies Treats week.
Very excited, very excited.
All right, hey, best of luck to you and the team. Thank you so much for taking some time, and looking forward to seeing y'all play 12 games this week. That was Nemusona, one of our Series E pros competing under the Rice Krispies Treats banner. So make sure to tune in all tonight and tomorrow to see he and his squad play. And if you want to come and play Deal or Steal with me, subscribe to us here on Twitch, and you could be entered to win a spot to come and play with me. Try and win yourself an Xbox Series X or an awesome prize from any of our partners. And I believe it's time to go, folks. We got 6 games tonight. It's coming down to the wire. It's week 7 of the season. We're in the back half of it. The competition is so tight for all of our Series E pros. And I will remind you guys, if you want to kind of get up to date on where these teams stand and maybe my thoughts on which of the squads are trending in the right direction, you can use ! Power Rankings to check out my latest Power Rankings article on all of our teams. But I'm going to be here all night, so I'm going to take a break right now. I'm going to hand it off to the true professionals. We got 2 awesome casters on the show here tonight, and I'm going to hand it off to them. Let's kick off week number 7 of Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Rice Krispies Week here at Series E. Jamerson and Vicky Kitty bringing you all the action tonight, and it's going to be a fun one because I have a little fun surprise. Apparently, we have our old boy McGravy that'll be playing in Series E. He is an Overwatch pro. Now he's been playing a lot of Apex Legends lately, so I'm kind of jumping the gun here, Vicky, but I'm really excited to have him on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've actually loved seeing these faces come around, especially since I've been able to cover some Overwatch in the past. But Jamerson, it's been a bit. I'm really excited to dive into this. And already week 7, hearing that blows my mind, being able to follow Series E. Where has the time gone? I feel like it's just flown past us.
That's right. We have 6 more weeks of competition, and so it's super important for all of our partner teams to really start stepping it up right now. We know that Team Intel currently sitting in the lead, but let's go ahead and talk about the action for tonight. So like I said, it is going to be the open at night, and so it's open registration. Our 9 partnered squads are going to be facing off against 11 hopefuls here in 6 matches across World's Edge. It is, of course, this season's World's Edge as well. We have $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. Nothing changing there. Nothing changing with the point distribution either, where, of course, placements matter and kills matter. First place will get you 12 points, all the way down to 15th, which will net you 1 point, and every single kill point will also get you 1 as well. This is typically the night here on the open nights where we see our partner teams really rallying and picking up a lot of points.
Yeah, while digging into some Rice Krispie treats, am I right here, Jamerson? And we have to also acknowledge some changes that have dropped this week, some seer changes at that. And I'm wondering how that's going to play into the competition tonight, since we saw a lot of seer coming out within the last few weeks.
Yeah, they did nerf him. It was the patch that had to get delayed a little bit, but it finally did come down the line. There are some changes, 30-second increase on his ultimate cooldown. I think his passive has been nerfed a bit, but I don't know. I feel like he's still incredibly strong with the 100% basically passive uptime. Let's talk about the teams that will be competing tonight. Of course, we do have our 9 partnered squads that are here every single week, every single night. And they'll be facing off against 11 open registration teams. So these are a lot of hopefuls, other squads that want to prove their name heading into basically the postseason and the preseason, and work their way through the relegations to try and earn a spot in Series E themselves. So let's go ahead and see who's competing tonight.
Yeah, and taking a look at the teams that we have, those are the 7 teams that you just made mention of, Jamerson. And of course, the open availability to allow a lot of these other teams to fight their way up there. So that way they have the chance to really show up, especially after what we had seen just last week, actually, when we had that team really come out, bench warmers, and with some familiar names too, between I'm Madness, Rambo, and Knock D.
Yeah, the bench warmers definitely really proving themselves, and it's a squad that's just got so much experience between Madness and Noct himself, and Rambo has garnered the respect of basically every player amongst the pro scene for quite some time now. So really excited about them. I don't see McGravy here, but I'm gonna figure out. Maybe he has a different name that he's playing under, but. Oh, wait, there he is. He's actually playing with Team Rockstar. So he's going to be joining in there with Kimchi Lee Aves and playing with them. So that's going to be exciting. Off-tank player making his way into Rockstar. I don't think we have anything that's similar to a diva in Apex Legends. So I don't know exactly where he's going to slot in now. He's a fragger. He's an absolute fragger. I can already tell. I haven't seen his gameplay, but I can already say that he's an absolute fragger.
I'm just trying to think about what character McGravy could play. Maybe Valk? I don't know. We'll see. Or Wraith. But you know what? While we get into this, Jamerson, that's what I like to see is a lot of familiar names coming in, or even maybe not so familiar names that come in and make a lot of these waves. And that's what this open provides. It allows a lot of these players to make those upsets. So that's why I'm really excited whenever it's Tuesday here for a Series E and see which one of these players are going to be the ones on the come up.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most important things, especially for like a lot of the Overwatch players that have made their way on over to Apex Legends. I mean, there's so many to note, right? We had Zoms, who now is over in Valorant. We had Retzi, we had Senox, just so many other players. Nocturnal came over from there, and so like that
Smack's good
transition,
now.
I think it like works out really well. Just in particular because the shot calling, the cooldown calling, everything, like making sure that everybody's abilities cooldowns and being able to keep track of that. It's such an important skill set that does come over here to Apex Legends, but it is a different beast because, in Overwatch, you're keeping track of 11 other people's abilities. Here, it can easily be over 11 other people's abilities, and you don't know which abilities coming from what team, from what angle, blah, blah, blah. So we'll see how much of his skills do transition over, but I do have, of course, high hopes just because of already the Overwatch presence that we have here in Apex Legends.
Yeah, it's just a matter of also understanding competition and the pressure that competing in these type of environments brings on when it comes to stress. So that's also experience that a lot of those players are bringing into this highly competitive pool, and that's why I'm interested to see how that's gonna play into some of these familiar players that we've seen before in the past. But taking a look at the Mobile One leaderboards, you said it earlier on, Jamerson, but Team Intel has been killing it so far within this season 3 of the Series E Open.
Now, here's the important thing to note. Okay, so the top 4 are the teams that qualify for Season 4, and they don't have to basically play through relegations qualifications once again. But take a look at this point difference between the first place team, Team Intel, and Team Pop-Tarts in 4th place right now. There's about 188 point difference between the two squads. That's a larger differential than the 4th place team, which is on the bubble, and the 9th place squad down there, Team Rice Krispies, in 9th place currently. So the climb to get from 9th to 4th is shorter than to climb from 4th to 1st right now. And so I think it's a great testament to what Team Intel have been able to do so far this season, remaining insanely consistent. They were putting on about 100 plus points per week until the last 2 weeks where they finally did end up kind of slowing down. And so right now we're seeing a sub 100 point per week, but that's still an insane kind of pace that they've been running for the last 6 weeks. So we'll see if they can pick things up right now. I think, they aren't as dominant as they used to be when it came to the open nights. That's where usually they would farm their points, but we still have plenty of time and opportunities for our teams to grow.
Yeah, you take a look at second place and third place. These two teams have been neck to neck. Team Pringles, too, coming out just last week, I believe, in third place. So they're not too far off behind first place, but they have to maintain that second place spot so that way they can at least be above Team Razor and maintain that lead. And today, that could really help determine which of these teams can help flip flop, whether Team Razor is going to help boot Pringles down to third place or if Team Razor is going to actually maintain that third place spot.
Yeah, 10 points separating them right now, but it's crazy just how much like the points have been swinging. We've been seeing some other squads really starting to show up. Team Pop-Tarts themselves, of course, in that scramble for that, but being on the bubble right there in 4th place, it's kind of scary. You're constantly just looking at the leaderboard and be like, hey, am I going to be able to secure the salary again for another 3-4 months? Like, it's so important for a lot of these players to have, another source of income while they try to, grow their streams, grow their brands, and compete in Apex Legends. So it's a lot of pressure. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but if I were in this position, I know that I would be absolutely stressed every single week.
Yeah, and we talked about a lot of different competitors in the competitive Apex scene, and you have to also consider recently you look at Apex and the way it's been able to pop off with their viewership, and you have a lot of pros coming in from Warzone 2, and that's gonna shake things up for a lot of the competitors that have had the experience already to compete within Apex Legends. With a lot of the competition heating up, we talk about Overwatch, we talk about Call of Duty. Well, you have to make sure that you guys are absolutely crispy when it comes to that gameplay, or else another pro is gonna come in and they're gonna be able to grasp that concept that Apex Legends provides, because you know that skill ceiling is there when it comes to those different games, and bringing in a lot of different types of play styles into that mixing pot for these players. So I'm excited, Jamerson. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Open goes, especially as the weeks progress. Again, just week 7, I just flown us by, but Team Intel sitting at a pretty hefty. They can be comfortable, but they can't get too comfortable just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely been pretty awesome to see the kind of growth, or kind of, I guess, the renewed interest in Apex Legends as of late. You know, players like Daltouche and Timmy really drawing in massive audiences, particularly Timmy, you know, having that solo silver to masters. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break real quickly, though. Apparently we do have some issues going on right now, and we're gonna try and fix those. When we get back, we'll have game number 1 of Series E right after this.
If I could create the clinical Rice Krispies treat, it would be cheesecake flavored Rice Krispies treat. And the reason why is because I personally love cheesecake, and a cheesecake and Rice Krispie put together, the crunch would just be so good. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies treats, and you are watching Rice Krispie Treats Week.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's fruit freshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all the top flavored smash. It's fruit freshing.
Cheese It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, welcome back, guys. We were having some technical difficulties getting some teams into the lobby, but it looks like we are heading into game number 1. So apologies for the delays, but you know, it just kind of happens sometimes for Apex Legends. I don't think anyone's really a stranger to that. As you know, it always happens. Online broadcasting for the last year and a half has been really weird due to the pandemic, and we run into issues all the time. But of course, our awesome staff at the arena handling it like bosses. So we should have game 1 underway. We were talking about beforehand, though. Here it is, open night. This is the night where, you know, a lot of our partner teams have the opportunity to really kind of figure out their game plan moving forward when it comes to the pro night afterwards as well. This is a night where you really try to buckle down, make sure that your comms are on point, that your team fighting is fantastic, and of course your ability to play in the late game is of course going to be tested, but you should definitely be able to make it there. So really excited to see what our teams have in store for us. Like we said, Vicky, it's been 6 weeks so far here in season 3. We have been seeing a lot of improvement and growth from our squads.
Yeah, we have. You talk about how it's been weird for the past year. Preach on that. And I'm so thankful for our staffs at Esports Arena. But I also feel like because of how strange my sense of time has been, these last 6 weeks just feel like they've just flown by me. It's overall, the seasons have just been coming through. But, you know, that also means that we've been pretty comfortable right now within season 10 with Seer being out, Seer having some changes this week. We look at the competition at hand and we look at what Seer's been able to do as a character. 100% agree with what you mentioned earlier. I think this character is still going to be as strong as he was before. Just certain changes. One of the major changes that I want to note that could really play into a lot of these teams that are going to run Seer is the fact that the screen shaking, the flash, the stun, that won't be as much as a problem anymore for a lot of these teams to have to deal with, especially when a third party is coming through and you have to worry about not just 1 Seer, but 2 Seers, maybe potentially 3 Seers. That could just be a lot of chaos just happening on your screen. And that's why I'm really excited to see how things are going to work into this week's Open with the Seer changes being played out in full force.
Yeah, they also removed the damage from it, so you don't get the free armor checks every 30 seconds and stuff. You know, that was pretty valuable, especially if you're looking to push a squad. You get to go for the armor check. You know exactly what you're running into. I think the difference between the channeling, right, 1.4 seconds to 1.6 seconds, it gives some more time for players to be able to get out of the field, of the queue and such. So a lot of changes, but I feel like he's still going to play extremely well. I feel like, you know, initially he was overtuned and now he's getting put into a balanced state, not an underwhelming state. So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 now. It should be starting very shortly. We'll see how many seers we actually have in here. I mean, we were seeing, I think, a pretty healthy mix of seers, of seerless compositions, and also, of course, the Bloodhounds being run. There are still teams that are running the Valkyrie, Gibraltar, and Caustic composition, used to varying effects, but we've been able to see it make it to the late game fairly frequently as well. So right now, our legend diversity, our composition diversity has been fantastic so far in Apex Legends. Joining on board with Rice Krispie Treats, who are dropping down here at on the south side of the map over by Tree right now. They even got the hot drop. Gold armor already coming up for Nemusona. And we were speaking about legend diversity, and he's picking up the fuse.
That was the first thing I noticed, Jamerson. You know, with Fuse having some changes themselves going into this season, being able to highlight enemies within the ult, and aside from the tactical also dealing such a heavy chunk of damage, that's been proven to be pretty reliable on its own accord. But being able to have gold shield right off the drop, and then you also have light with purple, we currently have Nemusona's team really comfortable here. Rice Krispie Treats really showing off what they've got.
Yeah, it does seem like quite possibly Clinical did have a scan. I wasn't actually keeping a track of it, but he did drop in that back left corner where the beacon building is, so he might have that information for us, but Nemusona hasn't taken a look at the map quite yet, so they might not be worried about it. It does seem like we did have to start the game without a few players, unfortunately, just because we didn't want to delay the evening too long, and so that's why we have 54 players off drop right now. So some teams are missing out on a player. Hopefully teams aren't missing out on 2 players. And here we go. Our first look at the ring. So this one is pulling away towards landslide countdown. It's going to be super important, more importantly than anything else. Maybe hold down the sniper tower along with the fence position just east of countdown. We're going to keep an eye on a few of our teams that are going to try and get in position for that. I want to take a look at Rockstar because they might be getting into a fight very soon.
This last circle is going to be so chaotic, Jamerson, and that a lot of those teams coming down from Countdown are going to have that higher ground, but I'm more so worried about the teams coming in from landside. Now taking a look at Applejacks as they make their rotation here, talk about diversity. Well, AJ's still sticking with that Bloodhound. They're just managing to rotate into circle and try to get some loot while they're all over there. Applejack already Cub holding on to Purple Evo Shield, potentially getting on tower before making their moves. And here comes Rockstar. We see McGravy on the Gibby. Why did we think about that, actually? We talked about tanks. May not be an off tank, but, you know, if he was comfortable with Winston Jamerson, here he goes. He at least has the domer to retreat to, but that cooldown definitely needs to keep their eye on that, because that cooldown is going to be a big necessity when it comes to rotating into those last circles.
Yeah, and you don't have that same kind of movement, right? You can't just leap out and you're
Yeah.
in trouble to see your prime stage. But they're starting to make their way into Countdown, and this is looking quite difficult, especially coming out from Lava Fissure here, coming out with only white armors along with the blue, as Rockstar make their way on in. We're on board with WPH right now, just outside of Landslide. They've already gotten 1 knock onto Jetski here and finished that off. There's going to be a second Thirst as well. That third member you can see running off into the distance now. WPH picking up 2 kills, but surprisingly enough, they did it so fast that they weren't able to evolve their shields. So they're still sitting on white Evos for now, but they are close to getting the blues at the very least.
Didn't know we were going to have a rodent problem so early in the game already here. 19 squads left, and WPH having some credit in their pocket. They already have 2, and they currently see somebody already hanging out on Landslide, which I'm not too sure. I can't see the mini-map at the moment, but there sometimes is a beacon there. So WPH, they're backing off because they don't really want to show off the fact that they only have white Evo shields right now to work with.
Yeah, if you show triple white, someone's gonna absolutely push. But here's Pop-Tarts now, right outside of Lava Siphon, lying in the front lines. As Mooney's gonna go ahead and push up with Dank. Currently, the scan comes out from that Bloodhound. You can see why I think Bloodhound is still incredibly strong for this meta. He's got to be careful. The R-Star traps right at his feet. Doesn't need to bubble, but does it for safety. And now here comes a drop down for Mooney by himself. And oh boy, he gets peaked 3v1. Now they're going to trade, though. We don't know. Down to just the 1v2, and he's got no HP left. Pop-Tarts, clean that one up. Mooney gave me a small heart attack, but Pop-Tarts do survive.
That was brave. He dropped down right behind them, but that was good communication from Team Pop-Tarts. You also had Dank that was taking an off angle with the charge rifle, being able to note that they were already flesh. They were stuck in that funnel position on the low ground, so automatically, it was a good play from Pop-Tarts, taking full advantage of that and full sending it, dropping down. They have to be careful here while they loot. They do have some ultimates to help cover themselves, but they don't want to be caught off guard on the low ground.
Now over here at Skyhook, Team Razor. I imagine this is their loot coming out of trials. That's kind of surprising. Only having that one purple, but they might have an isolated fight here, hitting for the blues. Right now, Zero Tricky with that R301 as Hakulo is making his way on up. They've got Baby Tuli as well on the off angle to the right-hand side. Should be tossing in those knuckle clusters to get them some information. But right now, Razor have closed the gap. Defensive bombardment coming out from the other side as Razor make the full push on in. That shot from the Massive going straight into the back of Mr. Hakulo there as Baby Tuli gets cracked. So Z Proficiency answering back and slowing things down. Zero Tricky can try to go for the fast res. He is inside the bubble, surprisingly enough, and will be able to get that off and hit his teammate up. But so has the other side, and now things are looking a little bit dicey here. What should have been an unthird-partyable fight, it has put itself in that range, and so they need to hurry up here and just call it or go for the full send on this fight.
Yeah, they're taking way too long in this situation. A third party is bound to come forward. Now they're forced to take this portal out. Great reason why Wraith is as powerful as she is. Being able to move their entire team over to a different side is such a heavy necessity. Doesn't look like Team Razor know where the next circle is, but they have to be wary because it's looking like that team holding that inside room actually has a longbow, so it's not like they could get free scans here if that's what their goal is.
Zero Tricky does have 200 shots in that R301, so he can stick around for some time, but again, yeah, they missed out on that timing. They need to wait it out. There hasn't been too much action across the board right now. It's been very slow here in the early game, so within this game state, it's very troubling to try and take a fight. You don't know who's coming up from Lava Fissure or from Countdown, and any team that could be rotating in from the northern side as well. We do have our first Tomcat Rat of the evening. We don't even know who it is, but they are writing this one out just outside of Frag West. It's going to be Mystic, and unfortunately, he loaded into the game by himself, so that you can see that why. RKT, though, in the middle of a fight right now. They've lost out on one. They have traded for one, though, but as he goes in with that port, Lightstar Joe gets taken out. Psycho is an absolute psycho, but RKT, will they be able to survive? They need to recover his banner. They need to get Clinical back up. Is this just a rat as well? It was. They finish him off now, but Nemusona, the third party, already coming in. He gets taken out by Gibby. And Malice Mamba, Nestle Splash coming in to finish that one off.
What was that? That was ugly. I saw the attempt on the kidnap of Jamerson. That was just way too messy for my taste. Now, Splash, Nestle, they're going to be able to move all the way back as it's only 2 members from that team that loaded in. Meanwhile, Pop-Tarts, they need to find a way to get back into position. They just finished up the fight, but they have some of that credit already, so they could be a little comfortable as they do have another fight before they end up going in for those rotations. But yeah, Pop-Tarts, this is the team that when we consider some of those top teams in the open, this is one of those teams, and they've been so consistent so far within the last 6 weeks.
They got plenty of time to work with, 1:50 before the zone starts closing up, and it's just zone number 2. So if they need to, they can definitely hit up replicators right now, get some additional bats. I don't know exactly what's in the rotation for replicators this week and for today, but you know, bats are always nice, especially when you're sitting on triple purple armors. But here's the move out now for Team Pop-Tarts as they make their way through the choke point into Fragment side. They decide to push through the landslide tunnel, or do they go for the choke where I think the circle is going to end? Team Razor, though, finally looking to get back into this engagement up against the squad that was in the buildings just to their north beforehand. The diner building becomes much easier to fight as well. They just need to control that elevator shaft along these stairs, and you can see now Zeratreki going for the peak. They're already backed up, and he almost gets the crack onto that Gibraltar, but he takes some damage for himself as well. Here comes Baby Thule getting the knock onto Z Proficiency. It's a 3v2, and Team Razor now are so much more healthy as well. Crispy Bacon going down, but Baby Thule is left by himself as the third party comes out. Fat Fruit Ninja gets involved, and here's RCO looking to punish them.
And that was the scary part. That's what Razor was trying to be patient about, and that's what they were waiting out on, was the third party. The moment you see that Seer Tactical, that's when you know what's happening. It's RCO with that third party timing. Seems as if another spot actually is taking some shots, so maybe a potential fourth party making their rounds over as for extend, but they definitely need to try to find a way to finish off these kills so that way they can maintain their points right now, just trying to get that down if he can at least get so. Holiday, though, gets shot at back, and he needs to back off. He won't actually get that confirmation there.
RCO doing a great job. They're just camping the portals right now. Understanding they got at least one thirst, and I don't know if they'll be able to successfully get that res, but they're just waiting it out. At this point, if Razor want a chance to survive, they basically need to take this port back, but camping it completely removes that option for them. There's a respawn beacon just to the north as well, but looks like RCO, they just want to go ahead and force the issue now and start chasing them down as they are hunting down what looks to be the final member of Team Razor here. Got the banners, and now it's all about a killing blow.
Oh, but the circle is closing in. They are in circle, but it's a matter of if this red can get out of this position. Hakulo gets melted. That L-Star is so strong, but this is unfortunately the case when they manage to get to at least. Nando does, but now RCO, they can also loot while they're at it, and they're still in circle too, so they'll be able to spend some time slow pushing into the circle, maybe being wary over if another spot was able to hear them, possibly on the side of Countdown, if a squad was already trying to make their move and get into end circle over there.
Yeah, as this zone starts closing up, you're going to start seeing a little bit more action, but we are down to 13 squads, 33 players here. And the ring basically behaving the way that we expected. So a lot of Countdown still in. I'm still expecting it to basically end either just a little bit to the east of where Rockstar are holding this position off of this platform, or a little bit further by that Skyhook tunnel entrance there. And so having this position is strong. Just it allows Rockstar to hold the back for the time being as the ring closes in, and then slowly walk in with it for now. But there is more presence out here. It looks like multiple teams have, of course, held position here. So do Rockstar try to do anything to maybe clear this out a little bit more, make it much easier for them once it gets into the late game? We know that there should be 2 or 3 other teams right now in this position, but their highest concern is, of course, that northern side, making sure that no one comes in from Skyhook.
I'm also a little worried, Jamerson, that the squad that was shooting at them from far away may know that they don't have red Evo shields and they are playing patiently. Well, now looking at WPH, talking about having those long-range weapons, the 30-30 out here in the hands of Sir Lifty, the bombardment coming out, Lifty backing off just ever so slightly. They're just trying to prevent them from rotating from outside of circle, and with Ring 3, that's going to be doing a heavy chunk of damage.
Yeah, BVN is just setting up the port for them now to just cut him off and get the priority on this rotate before that team can try to make their way on in. Small pocket of cover to work off of here just to make sure that no one from Landslide has a decent LOS on them. But here's Team Pop-Tarts now. I was wondering if they would move in towards the Landslide portion or if they would go to this choke, and they did end up going to the northern choke. We haven't seen much of the map or much action taking place here, but typically for a circle like this, teams will be holding in these choke positions. Surprisingly enough, though, no one really doing that now, and so Pop-Tarts getting some free ground. If they want to, they might be able to get the beacon just at our north as well to have final confirmation, and it does look like it has spawned, and so that's right now Lion is eyeing that up, and I'll have the opportunity to try and go for the bubble scan on that. There's still a team over here at Frag West, surprisingly enough, and that's going to be some free damage out for Lion.
Actually insane how consistent the L-Star is, especially from that distance. Just being able to do those 8 damage takes. He's flesh too. They note that. You already see Moonhin getting into position and being able to get and a lot more of an aggressive off angle. Meanwhile, Team Pop-Tarts are getting into a fight, and that's the Wraith that we just noted. That was Flesh originally. Breaks it again, gets that headshot real quick, finishes that up, that Wraith, and you have to take note that there's still more of that squad off to the right, potentially getting into the zip line, and it's Intel that are already making their moves into getting into circle, where there is still a Caustic squad that is holding that inner building that McGravy was able to keep track of as he was holding the G7, it looked like. But yeah, you could try to see Team Intel making sure that they could add in some aggressive pokes while they're at it.
Yeah, it looks like Rambo did get finished off, and so Benchwarmers might have just been playing it out as a duo right now. RCO finding themselves in another fight, taking out Malice Mamba. Intel, though, keeping a good eye, making sure, because this is just ring number 3, right? It can still chunk, but you can make it from Skyhook onto this side fairly quickly without taking too much damage. So Verholst is doing a great job checking the flank. Right now, it's the big issue. Like you said, Team Razor holding inside that office building. It's still in for the next zone as well, continuing to pull onto that side. And so that cart's just to the east of Countdown will be super important to play off of, especially for these teams like Intel, like Razor, that are currently running this Caustic. Getting to that late game will be extremely potent.
Especially if they get into the position first, to be able to set up these Caustic traps. Currently, Cakes, he does have the Caustic ult. Trying to lock them in first, and they're trying to get an aggressive angle. Team Intel reaching the side, but remember, there was another squad originally that was shooting at Team Razor that's holding inside that building from afar, so Team Intel, they want to be careful. They don't want to get sandwiched here either.
Nades out as Skittlecakes is the best one to try to go for entry here on that Caustic, but now he's getting challenged. Wide swung by Aves on the right-hand side, brought down to a 3v2. You can see now Intel don't have too many options. If Duke could quite possibly just port him out, get into safety. They have 20 seconds. They need to do something right now. And it looks like they're already trying to go for the thirst. Kimchi Lee will finish off Skittlecakes, and now they don't have their Caustic. They're getting pushed out. McGravy with that bubble forward. Luckily for them, they've got these barrels that were set up beforehand. That's the only thing stopping Team Rockstar right now. And Duke tries to get aggressive here, but he's not even going for the banner. He's just going to call it now as third parties come in, as defensive bombardment. You can see why RCO came in from the flank from that Skyhook side, and now Team Intel are in absolute shambles.
And this is tricky too. The circle's closing in, and now it's going to be ring forward. That's going to definitely do a chunk of damage here. You already see with the way that Team Intel is positioned, they're on the low ground, and this is the spot that you want to be in. But they've lost Skittlecake, so they have no choice at this point as they rotate on the lower ground. They may be forced to rotate into that Seer ult, and that is not what they're going to want if they want to remain unnoticed.
Right now, Rockstar just trying to hold down this building once again. RCO have a good amount of kill points. Remember, we saw them coming in for the third parties earlier on, but it does seem like for the time being, they'll be able to hold this down. But the Arcstars are pressuring them just a little bit. Applejack's just down to 1. It's only Blueberry left here as he's trying his best to finish off this team, but there we go. It looks like WPH will be able to pick that one up, and this is one of the squads that were over at Countdown. Take a look at the poll. This was the poll that I was expecting. It goes away from Countdown. It goes over towards the car just to the east of Countdown. You can see why it was so important to hold down this position. Rockstar cleared out a lot of their back already, and now it's all about eyes ahead as nades are still coming in on them, pressuring them right now. Now they've only got a minute, less than that, to try and clear a path towards their next spot.
Yeah, there's another team that's on the high ground with them, but that other team is a little bit closer into circle and has more of an LOS on the teams that are going to be on that open ground where the circle's going to pool. Although Rockstar, they have been able to build up their Evo Shield while playing really patiently, it's going to be tricky. Once that circle closes in on them, they're going to be forced to expose themselves to these two squads, both RCO and that other squad that's to the right, looking like a Gibby, but Nance actually takes a lot of damage. He goes down. This is the worst case scenario, and that's the G7 from Dank, who's off to the side in an off angle that RCO were just not expecting, Jamerson.
Now this really opens it up for Team Razor. This is going to be a free walk-in for them as RCO has to drop down to low. They spot out another squad ahead of them as well, going for that port to try and get him to safety now. Arcstar does come out. Do they secure the thirst at the very least as they do finish off Lifty and them, but now it's the third-party Team Intel still alive, playing this one out as a duo. Have survived for now. The gold armors are going to come in clutch for them. quick top off with some cells. They can walk this one in. I don't think they have to port back in. They can just walk in for now, and that's exactly what they're going to do. That Bloodhound scan will end in just a second, but Duke decides, he makes the call. He's going to go ahead and take that blind port up, and luckily for him, Razor haven't dropped down any barrels onto them. There's the first barrel, though, cleared quickly, but Verhulst now going to go ahead and full send it and cause that team to actually pull their vision on over, but Kimchi Lee from above gets the knock onto Dupe, and now it looks like Rockstar about to finish the job that they started up against Team Intel. Pop-Tarts, though, in this position inside the cart. Basically, this is where I wanted to see teams really prioritize for the late game finish.
Yeah, and Team Pop-Tarts, they had that position advantage the entire time, being able to hold this ground without putting themselves in open ground for the other team to shoot at them. I mean, this is the ideal situation. Now Pop-Tarts are going to be able to farm most of these kills. Look at that, already being kill leader. It's going to be Lion. Look at all those points that Pop-Tarts are going to be able to build up for themselves. If they win this, that's going to be even extra points in their pocket. The bombardment going down, doing so much damage, but Lion doesn't want to overextend, keeping themselves in a vulnerable position in the open ground. Pop-Tarts are going to back off here, and they already know with this Bloodhound scan where the last few remaining teams are going to be, with 2 of the squads left remaining other than Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, we have 7 total players remaining, so it looks like PGG is going to be a full 3. We've got Pop-Tarts and Intel's Verhulst is going to be able to rat this one out to top 3. We'll see if he can secure a top 2, but he's right in between both squads right now, smack dab in the middle of the zone. We should have scans coming out. The heartbeat sensor as well should pick him up, and so I don't know how long he's going to be able to survive. But Verhulst, he has been the consummate MVP for that squad. He gets finished off. Crook will be able to find him. So it's the final 3v3 in game number 1. What do Pop-Tarts have? Does Dank have that defensive bombardment? They have a ports. We'll see if the Lion can set that up for a decent off angle, but now the final ring closes.
With one full squad versus another full squad, we do note where that other player is off to the side. But Pop-Tarts, they're holding such an aggressive angle. They know. Take a look at Premier too. Being next to this cart, they still have to reveal themselves first. With that bubble, though, that at least gives them some space before they can retreat to the boulder. The jump pad going in. Premier now being able to fully send it, as now they've swapped spots with Pop-Tarts. They have the positional advantage. And look at the way that Pop-Tarts have disengaged. They're forced in this position now to retreat towards these rocks. Both of Team Pop-Tarts members have lost their shields. Dank still being able to hold on to his, but it's Pop-Tarts that get the first knock, and now this could be their full game. They take it over, and Pop-Tarts are the winners of the first game.
Great game coming out from Team Pop-Tarts there. We know they had at least 14 kill points. We'll see how many more they actually do have at the end of the day. And beautiful play coming out from Lion as well, just baiting it out on that Wraith, that get out of jail free card with that Q. You saw the full send coming out from PGG. But Pop-Tarts taking the win here in their first game of the evening. We got 5 more to go. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
If I could create the Lifestar Joe Rice Krispies treat, it would have to be a peanut butter drizzle on an original Rice Krispies treat, because the marshmallow and peanut butter together would just make the perfect combo. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name's Lifestar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here in Studio Blue of Esports Arena HQ. And game number one was a banger, and Team Pop-Tarts with, I think, their best game of the season so far here to kick off week number 7. We saw them last week during their sponsor week having a few really good games, but the problem was the mid game was good, but they couldn't quite push it through to the finish, but they finish it off here with game number 1. Little bit of a qualifier though. No Z Davis tonight. Obviously, Eglon has been dropped from the squad, so 2 subs. But the big thing for them was Lion was a huge carry for them in this game and has been throughout this season. Let's check out our player of the game for game number 1. And no surprise, it's going to be Lion. So big credit to him. He has led the way for Pop-Tarts all throughout this season, and he does it in this game. 7 kills and 6 assists to his name and over 2,200 damage. So an incredible performance there, and one of the best single game performances from any of our Series E pros throughout this season. So really incredible game there for Lion, and it really just shows, if Team Pop-Tarts can fill out that third slot and really have Z Davis and that third player complementing Lion, Lion can be that top fragger on a top team in Series E. I think he certainly has the talent. He showed that he can carry the load. He just needs the supporting cast to allow him to perform at his best. And in game number 1, he definitely had that here. So a fantastic start for Team Pop-Tarts, and we'll have to see if they can push it through. Remember, I talk about it every single week. A win in the first game or 2 is huge, but you have to be consistent throughout the rest of the day. You don't have to win a bunch of games, but you need to consistently be putting points on the board. But Pop-Tarts starting off on the right foot here. So great performance from them. Great performance from Lion as well. And I'm looking forward to hopefully talking about him maybe more later on in the day. Would love to see Pop-Tarts grab another victory there. So great performance in game 1. Do want to let you guys know it was Pop-Tarts week. It is Rice Krispie Treats week this week. Got all the swag out here in the studio, and if you guys want to win some Rice Krispies Treats of your own, we've got an awesome RKT swag pack put together that also includes a brand new Razer Black Widow V3 mini hyperspeed keyboard. It's one of those 65% keyboards. Awesome, really compact, and it's made by Razer, so you know it's going to be high quality gaming on that keyboard. So if you want to win that prize pack, make sure to hit ! giveaway in Twitch chat right now. It'll give you all the information that you need. I'll remind you again later on tonight and during the show tomorrow, but make sure to get in on that giveaway we're doing this week as soon as possible. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Vicky will check out our Mobile One leaderboard and get you ready for game 2.
If I could create the Nemusona Rice Krispies Treats flavor, 100%, I would have to mix a Rice Krispie with one of my favorite toppings, Nutella. Because Rice Krispies, the best sweet thing that you can eat, plus Nutella, the best sweet topping you can have, mix them together, sweet greatness, baby. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks for the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. it chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E Open Night here for Rice Krispies Week. In game number 1, we just saw Pop-Tarts with a dominant game. They had at least 13 kill points. We'll see how many exactly they walked away with as we check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard. And while it is important to have a very strong game number 1, and wow, that is a very strong game number 1 for Team Pop-Tarts, 17 kills for them, along with that plus 12, just shy of the 30-point mark. It's going to be a good start, but they still have 5 more games to play. Team Premier, with that second place finish, did end up with 14 points, and Team Intel, there we go, with 10 points overall, tied with RCO Esports.
This is insane. Jamerson Pop-Tarts with 29 points already after the first game. I mean, we saw earlier with Lion getting 7 kills and 6 assists. Leo season just ended, but I was not expecting Lion to pop off as hard as he just did. Wow. I mean, with the next 5 games coming in, it's going to be interesting to see which of these teams can try to match that with Team Pop-Tarts, but with those 5 games at least still being there, it's very possible. We've seen it happen before, but Premier also doing a really good job specifically in that last circle. Even better of a sort, looking at Pop-Tarts, the way that they disengaged to then reposition was really strong. They knew the moment that jump pad came out and they couldn't fixate their attention on destroying that jump pad, they knew that they were able to get on that high ground positioning on that bus, and that was going to really put a dent into what they wanted to go for, because then they would have been automatically at a disadvantage, not only on that low ground, but we also still had somebody else hanging out behind the rocks directly across from them, so they could have gotten sandwiched right there. So Team Pop-Tarts recognizing the situation, being able to take that first game with a lot of KP in their pocket.
Yeah, it seems like with Mercury and Gatorade, Team Pop-Tarts, all signs point to success. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance moment of game number 1. And it will be this final fight. Now, important, it's Lion. He set up this cross angle here, and you can see just after this, PGG decide they're going to try and full send it in. And this baits out the bubble very early from PGG, and that's how Team Pop-Tarts are able to take advantage. Here's that early bubble, and Lion just says, nope, I am out. He hits that Q. He takes almost no damage, really only about 30 or 40 there, while 2 members on PGG get cracked. And so that was just a beautiful bait coming out from Lion, overextending the forces. You get the bubble a little bit later on, and again, it's going to be another full send onto Lion, but he does not care. He just accepts it, does the damage, and now Team Pop-Tarts get that first win off of Lion's positional play.
What's insane, too, you can take a look at Lion's ammo count and was about to run out of ammo on that L-Star, too. Just being able to try to find that pick in the air after you saw the Gibby just trying to fully expand on the fact that Lion was isolated from the rest of their team. And that's what's really important there. Just the fact that Lion was able to land their shots and not allow that push to actually throw them off guard and force themselves in the open ground and giving up that cover was important there. Lion landing their shots, being able to take control over that fight despite being booted out of their own spot was beautiful. Now we have Pop-Tarts holding the lead here for the day with a pretty hefty lead at that. So we're going to see how a lot of these other squads could try to at least match that, because that KP was just insane too. You can see 6 kills already just right before ending everything, and Team Pop-Tarts looking pretty good.
Yeah, one thing I do want to note is that, even if PGG ended up taking this game, taking the fight, Pop-Tarts, with how frag heavy this game was for them, they would have still had about a 3-point lead. I mean, if you swap it around, right, 6 points away from Pop-Tarts, 6 points to PGG, it would have still been 23 points to 20 in favor of Pop-Tarts. That's just how active Pop-Tarts were throughout this game. They found fights in the early and the mid games there. They're the ones that took out bench warmers as well throughout the rotation. And so this is what I want to see out of our open teams right now. I want to see some more open aggression. I want to see them trying to play the edge, finding those fights. Luckily for Pop-Tarts, with the ring pulling all the way to the north here, out to Countdown, it gave them that opportunity to try to play edge, to find the fights and kills. And that's the important part, being able to play both facets of basically the play styles here in Apex Legends. Understanding when you can commit to just playing center zone, and also understanding when you have to commit to playing edge and finding those kills, finding those fights. They did an excellent job. One thing I do want to note, of course, this was a different kind of game, right? Because game number one, we had to get started without some players in. And so the rotations became a little bit easier for Pop-Tarts as a full 3, while there was still some 2-mans and rats running around. But, you know, they were able to recognize that and play this game immaculately. 29 points. That is nothing to scoff at whatsoever, especially last week, I think our winners ended up having about 70 points. So they're already basically at the halfway mark of what the benchwarmers had last week. Here we go. It does seem like we have game number 2 ready, and hopefully we'll have as a full lobby for this one, in particular for a squad like the Benchwarmers, who honestly, as a full 3-man, that squad is absolutely terrifying when you look at the roster itself. But here we go on board, hopefully with Team Pop-Tarts as we head into game number 2.
Yeah, getting set up too. Having that end circle was key for Team Pop-Tarts. They were uncontested when they were forced to be on that open ground because they were just there first. You already take a look at the fact that there's some teams landing in Epi, and Team Pop-Tarts, they're getting themselves set up here, going to that newer part of the map where Harvester used to be.
Yeah, there's going to be a Lava Siphon over here as the split does come out. The duo of Mooney and Dank, of course, dropping right on top of that beacon. And here it is, about understanding both assets of the playstyle. And we're going to have to see Pop-Tarts do the other side of that coin, about being able to play center zone with this ring, pulling into Lava Siphon. Could be going down towards launch site, and we'll see. It does seem like Lion is a bit hesitant on his looting path, a little bit slow there, but they are sitting on white armors, unfortunately. Last time we checked in with them in game number 1, they were purpled and blued out, and as you can see, there we go, better look at the ring. So possibility this goes to tree, possibility this goes to launch site, possibility that this goes to Lava Fissure, or excuse me, Lava Siphon. And so now they're really going to be tested on this one. If they want to, they can try and hold down the building inside Lava Siphon here that does have that beacon. Make sure that you absolutely secure that, and then play for ring number 3 off of it. We should be joining on board with Blitzen and company as, yeah, Team Cheez-It find themselves in a fight over here at Geyser. You can see Impulse is trying to track them down with the passive, scans out, and there we go. They spotted out at least 2 members, and Blitzen is holding that high ground angle as well as that team tries to run away. Blitzen already cracking, hitting for whites now, and Cheez-It, no, this is going to be their team fight. Impulse gets that first knock, Jet Ski to go down, Ice DPS the next one to follow, and that's going to be an easy +3 for Team Cheez-It.
Cheez-It, knowing the win condition right there too. They knew the perfect opportunity. But aside from that, take a look at their Evo shields. They had started out with 2 purples, 1 blue, now building it up to the entire team having purple. That's some easy and early KP for Team Cheez-It. Now looking at RCO though, they're having a fight over to the zipline building, already getting one down with that burst on the Prowler. Such a strong gun now that it's on the floor. I mean, always strong gun in general here, Jamerson, but getting some KP here. It's going to be RCO, and they're still holding onto this roof here to allow Nenda to actually heal up. Intel have lost dupe, and they're still trying to at least get the banner, but they know exactly where the rest of Team Intel is. It's a matter of if they could send it in, as Skittlecakes is on the Caustic, and they do have that gold Evo, so they can heal up a lot quicker to get back into the fight.
They'll have the Nox Gas Grenade now to work with as well, and you know, the other side can't be expecting a Nox Gas Grenade that early on. Luckily for them, they're playing inside a big building where area denial, while it can be strong, it's easy to avoid it and just kite out the fight and wait out the duration for that. Team Intel are now coming down to the wire. There's 60 seconds left on that banner. Try and get Dupe back in. And the longer this fight takes, the likelihood of getting him into the game, back into the game, is extremely low here. They might just have to give up on this banner. As Verholst is going to have to be able to throw that scan down. They are just right above them as a full 3-man, and this looks like it is going to be mission impossible. We'll see if Skittlecakes, if he's going to be able to pull off that Tom Cruise for us, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to go for it now with only about 20 seconds left on that banner.
It's just unfortunate. At this point, you have the Caustic, you have the Bloodhound. None of these characters do much in terms of mobility to try to grab that banner with such limited. We have less. At this point, they recognize the situation, make some moves. Actually, looking like they may be crawling on the high ground. They're not giving up just Jet, they need a KP. They're not giving up without a fight here. He goes Skittle Cake being able to get one down with that Eva 8, doing so much damage, but it's just Burles who's left, and he only has the blue evil shield. He gets to the Gibby, it's just one left. That's it here. Looking like he can do it with the flatline. Hitfire's gonna do it! They managed to do it! I can't believe it! At the cost of Dupe, but now the third party's rolling in, and they need to get out of there, Jamerson.
Oh, there's the instant re-knock onto Skittle Cakes as Young Pop-Tart comes in for that now. And Team Intel, while they do pick up the +3, that's a small consolation for not placing into the top 15 at the very least. But that's a good recovery, and that is going to give some pause to RCO in the future. It does seem like the Benchwarmers might be in a fight themselves, as we just saw Rambo taking out one. The kill feed scans for scans right now. BDP should be safe to hold this one down, but never mind. Here comes Team Cheez-It, fresh off that fight over at Geyser now, looking for some more KP. The opportunity for a third party is extremely low. Defensive bombardment has been used. Will Finicky decide to use this bubble, or can they bait this fight out? This team might have expected that they use their bubble and they can actually go for the push, but looks like Finicky just holding it for now. They port out until they miss out on the opportunity to try and get this fight. But Team Cheese are still happy with this, controlling the rooftops now. And again, it's about playing for these beacons as this ring closes.
That's what's really crucial here, especially since we also can note that there were 3 other squads within this south area, other than the squads that had just got sent back to the lobby. But there was another squad that we saw, Pop-Tarts. They landed in Lava Siphon. There's another squad in Tree. Currently, Team Cheez-Its. They see somebody else who's on the other side, potentially going into the Volt Tunnel, but Cheez-Its, they don't want to turn their back here. They do have some loot to work with, and they do have some pretty nice charged up Evo shields, so it's a matter of playing those beacons like you said, but it's if they even can scan them, because right now, that squad, they're all
Yeah, they're going to take a roundabout way here. Don't know if maybe the connector on the north side has a beacon available, but that one's been cut off. Another team has rotated into the medical building on the northeast side of Lava City. So Cheez-It are going to be resigned to the train station now here at Lava. But again, there's still plenty of time. This is just round 1 closing. And so we'll see how populated this Lava side becomes. Do other teams maybe try and favor over on Tree, over by Launch Site, over by Lava Siphon? Becomes incredibly difficult to read these rings. But Team Cheez-It, it looks like they're going to try and retake the roofs now, try and make a play for that beacon. Or do they just go straight to Dome?
Oh, it's looking like Cheez-It may actually utilize the jump pad, perhaps, here? They need it right that way they could get into those safe rotations, especially since Finicky's on this Gibby. He loses his shield, but they do manage to get into cover just in time. Here comes a suppressed fire from the rest of Cheez-It, recognizing the situation to wait out on Finicky to put up that shield back.
Yeah, Finicky, just that's some courage right there. Not throwing down the bubble whatsoever. I would have panic thrown it, but he does hold on to it. So as they make their way into Dome, they'll have at least one more option to play off of, just in case. There is a beacon, and this is round 1, so if they want to go for it, it's not that risky for them, especially for such an ambiguous endgame right now. There's 3 separate endings, maybe even 4. You could just pull out here in between Launch Site and Dome. They have more confirmation. It is going towards Launch Site heavy now, and so they're going to start working their way in over there. Surprised they didn't take the opportunity to try and go for that beacon outside of the ring, but we'll see maybe if that comes back to bite them in the butt a little bit later on. But now it's about trying to establish a position here in Launch Site, which can be extremely difficult. So I would like to stick on board with Team Cheez-It to see how they navigate this one, but it's Team Razor now as they're rotating through from the landslide tunnel. A little resistance here for them. We do see a team, just to their west or south right now. And Team Razor, will they be able to lurk on it? It looks like they were spotted.
Yeah, they're trying to be sneaky here because that team has a circle advantage. They are forced to push into this team, and they're on low ground while they're at it. They know they're right there, and that team did see them, so they're just hanging out behind that rock. It's looking like it's only 2, though. Okay, the third is actually holding an off angle. They need to be careful. They don't want to actually put themselves out into this open ground here. Thank goodness for that dome. But the Gibby bombardment has now gotten down. They do find a hit on the purple Evo. So they do back off. They want to go right back behind them towards Train. But not having a jump pad is going to be so crucial here for Extra Tricky. But he manages to get away.
Yeah, Zera's going to be fine as he does back away into that supply bin. The scans really proving to be extremely valuable there. Teams do not like to push into it whatsoever. Having that beast in the hunt, having the scan every 6 seconds will just stop most pushes by itself as he goes for those ego peaks right now. And so he's going to be forced to bat one more time. Team Razor looking to completely avoid this. They might just back away towards Landslide once again. They have a minute to work off of. So if they want to, they can definitely go for this Landslide over to Fragment rotation instead, as long as they don't meet any resistance here. And really, they shouldn't. They are coming from the north side. They are on a much later rotation than most other squads. So there shouldn't be too many people in their way right now.
Yeah, at least for what would be logical here, because you never know what could happen at the end with a lot of these squads trying to camp out that edge of the circle. But as Razor do go in for those long rotations, Jamerson, they did make some noise originally, so you have to keep in mind potentially any third parties that want to make their way over looking on that side of the map with Team Razor, using that as a distraction to go in for that longer rotation.
Now, the one risk that you run is, of course, that there could be teams that are playing the chokes right now, just out of Harvester, just out of Lava Siphon. But at this point, because of the hard pull over towards launch site here, you have to expect that most squads are going to try and push in early on. Here's Team Cheez-It, though, trying to make a push themselves. Port has been used by this Wraith as well, along with the bubbles, but they find themselves inside a building, making it that much more difficult for Cheez-It to push. So they're not going to over-aggress. They're going to go ahead and use the rest of this Beast of the Hunt to try and clear out spots for them here at launch site. And they might just be getting some free buildings. There we go. The scan's down, and now they know they cannot play for that. They might have to just kind of concede ground and actually play off of here. But here comes a risky jump pad making their way across. Blitzen's already been cracked, but it's right on to that. Oh boy, it's a full squad peeking out. This Fat Fruit Ninja gets the knock onto Blitzen. Finicky can't even go for the res. He's cracked down to about 5 HP. Defensive bombardment has been used, and Finicky needs to pop a heal. Armor swaps is not enough. Impulse is the only one alive for his squad, as Blitzen and Finicky are just holding up those knock shields. There's only a white and blue, so they will go down quickly. Now Impulse is left to rat this one out, but there is still so many alive here in this lobby. He can't be able to survive for too long.
This is so difficult. It's so unfortunate. They wanted to get the high ground, but they just took too long to rotate. It looked like it was free for them, but unfortunately, they did not expect the squad to already be holding that position. And then aside from that, another squad holding a larger and more open angle on them with that G7. So now that's going to be a ret potentially for who knows how long, but it's going to be Team Pop-Tarts that are holding this position in tree. They have that beacon that's a little bit outside of circle, but I don't think they're going to try to commit to that. Instead, they already want to rotate. Maybe they already know where they have to go for that next circle. So they're wasting no time. They hear the fighting are also going down already closer to launch side, so that's what they want to move into. With only having 1 KP, it looks like, from Dank.
It's a small missed opportunity, I would say, for them, but here's FKP trying to hold down the south side of launch right now, ported in for safety, but Z Proficiency will go down. Stomps picks that one up, and he was the Gibraltar, getting finished off by Sung. Now, there is a respawn beacon to their west, and they need to do it now if they're going to try and get him back into this. Does Fat Fruit Ninja? No, he doesn't have his port, unfortunately, for this one as well. And it'd be scary as he does make this climb up. He has the Q at the very least, and so he does dodge out on a lot of free fire, but as soon as he comes out, there we go, he gets tagged. Wasn't able to recover the banner at that point, but now they're down to 55 seconds to try and get Z Proficiency back into this game. On board with Applejacks, holding out on the north side of launch site now. The scan comes out as Aj tries to go for that nade spam, but the team just goes ahead and bypasses the position instead. So that's just 2 wasted nades for Applejacks here, but again, it's all about dissuading teams from coming. But they need to maybe be a bit more aggressive off this instead of allowing the team to walk up for free here. Applejacks are in an incredibly potent position, and there we go. Shots like that, that's what you need to scare teams away.
Now I'm thinking, looking at how this circle has formed here, Jamerson, that it may actually end up pulling towards that north side of launch site, which has a bit of that open ground, but it's going to be better if you're a team coming in from Lava Siphon. Speaking of, it's Razor that are actually right here, popping that Beast of the Hunt. It's gonna be extra tricky, dropping down, giving up that high ground. Hacula is so low as he pops the shield bat, dropping down to meet up with the rest of Team Razor. The bombardment at least trying to stop them from trying to push in, but with this position, they need to get right back into cover so that way they're not caught off guard by another squad.
You see how much the scan just denies pushes. Zerachuki might have one more before the base of the hunt does end, and now it's all about, well, what do you do from here? Stuck here on the low ground. You can see the gondola even being utilized by this squad to find an off angle onto them. Our Team Razor are in a really tough predicament here. Maybe if they have a jump pad, they can get out of here, try to go for a blind rotate. But this squad is now trying to choke them out. You can see the Seer ultimate might coming down very shortly. They're right on top of them. There's the Seer Q as well as the drop down comes in. But no, he backs away from that one. Baby Thule has been cracked now. Now that's an early bubble coming out from Team Razor. The squad up top should know they don't have the Beast of the Hunt. They'll have a scan shortly. Applejacks, though, not able to hold this position. Pop-Tarts were able to move through and get that, but were they able to recover quickly enough? Are there going to be third parties in this area? Gold bag res for G7 Dank, bringing Mooney back into this now as Lion is just holding the angles for his squad. Beautiful recovery out from Team Pop-Tarts. Also, great rotation coming from that tree side.
And they don't have to worry about the Seer Tactical revealing how low they were. Thankfully, with that gold backpack, they could get the rest of Pop-Tarts into this fight quickly for that scan that they had, no, rather, they had just gotten scanned by another squad here. They at least have the bombardment, and Pop-Tarts hold, or rather, Pringles now holding this ground. It's a great position because they can utilize that corner that's in circle to look outside and look at the other squads that want to rotate onto the circle side. Already somebody opening up the bunker doors, though. It's going to be a caustic trap that's going to meet them. And it's going to be Pringles who are bunkering down here with the rotation from the other squad as they make their way over, noticing that this is just not going to work out for them. They are not going to fight for this building.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that their back is clear. You can see Fury is there. Some of the barrels being pre-popped by the squad, but he will have the Nox Gas grenade, so pop that angle. But no, he doesn't actually hit it in time, and so he is going to have to use that Nox Gas grenade to cover the right-hand door. As this push comes out, he needs the rest of his squad here to actually back him up for now. There's one backup barrel that he does have tossed down. He's going to go ahead and start setting them up, but this team looking to just run past him, actually, and so... well, you can see how strong the cost can be in just denying areas for now. They should pre-pop these barrels just in case to clear their back. They will be largely safe as we take a look at the major map right now. You got Rambo Madness, and it seems like Noth actually from EU is filling in for the bench warmers just for today to get him in. But FKP, here they are over at launch site. Team Pop-Tarts taking them out, but Pop-Tarts are now just down to Lion here. Remember the winners of game number 1, they fragged out, had 17 frags, and here's Lion, the MVP from game number 1 with 4 himself. Will he be able to rat this one out? Will he be able to get Mooney back up?
I'm actually wondering here if maybe trying to take the gold backpack. Okay, not gonna risk it because he did get headshotted while he was down there, so another squad potentially looking at this. Splash here, getting hit with that arc star rather big as just Gibby has to heal up with the shield bat, but they're in the line of sight of these other squads, and Bombardment getting sent down, and the scan to know where they're positioned. But Nestle needs to be careful because there's still another squad behind them. They don't want to get sandwiched, and another squad has an angle on them to their left.
Pringles making their push out as well, and Splash are trying to actually take over this position, but they're going into a caustic. They've got to be careful. They got the knock onto Presley, got the thirst as well. Malice Mama goes down, but will Gibby be able to trade back? No, Team Pringles survive, but they lose out onto Presley throughout all of this. This was not something that should have happened to them. They had so much time to work off of, but here's bench warmers now as they are making a push for this cart. The caustics ever present here in the late game. Rambo will fall, but Noth and Madness, never mind, just Noth is alive as he does trade for one, taking out Aves, takes some ring damage there, tries to challenge with the Eva 8, but he will not be able to get through those knock shields. Now BDP here on the high ground position. They basically have center zone. Now it's all about trying to pick up some kill points here for this final fight.
These knock shields have been the theme of this end game right now, Jamerson. That was absolutely insane too. Not the last thing I want to see before I die is the Wraith in the witch outfit from Halloween. But either way, now as we get set up, BDP, they have that high ground. They also are in position, whereas the other squads, they're forced to put themselves on open ground into the line of sight of BDP. There's still a squad actually behind them here, holding red Evos. So BDP not wanting to turn their backs here as they're forced to get out here with the circle closing in. Managing to get the knock is going to be dank onto Phony. And now BDP also holding the other angle, doing a really good job of these comms, making sure that no other squad could actually rotate into their safe haven.
Pop-Tarts were able to full recover, get their players back on in. Quick port just to cover the cross at the very least, but PGG right below Pop-Tarts right now, and they're going to collide here on the eastern side, or excuse me, western side of the zone. You can see Pop-Tarts going for the peak. This time around, Hambino has Lion's number. Crook has gone down to Sleepy Panda, but Mooney does not find a trade back. Quick Res is not going to be there as Dank has to hold the angle while Mooney heals up, and now Mooney's the only one alive. PGG about to get retribution from game number 1 as Mooney desperately tries to heal up, and the knock shields are not enough. BDP comes in for the third party to clean that one up. PGG pick up 2 or 3 of those kills there, but BDP once again in such a dominant position, but they need the kill points for this win as well as they go ahead and try to charge into this last fight. We have 7 players left. There's a rat running around somewhere, but BDP, they've got to be careful in trying to challenge this as young Pop-Tart gets tagged from behind, does make it behind cover, narrowly survives throughout all of that. He will have an armor swap onto that red Evo. Now he needs to heal up. Good job by Drezax to slow things down and make sure that they don't get pushed, and this squad is getting forced out now from behind that cover. Port has been used by them as well, but BDP have the scans. They know where they're playing off of. They take the port back. Another crack out from Drez as he is just waiting to play toes up against this guy, and he should be able to take him out. BDP understanding exactly the situation they're in for this late game, playing this one cautiously, allowing him to take ring damage very shortly as well. And so I love how BDP are closing this one out.
The shots on the G7, I'm terrified looking at your handies. It's absolutely insane. You just can't get away. The fact that he landed the headshot there too. He takes the jump pad, but he's won. They managed to close out that rat that we were talking about earlier, and now the other squad are making their slow rotations, but they're on the low ground right now, Jamerson. They're forced to be in that disadvantage, but BDP, they don't want to overextend. They're holding these crates instead.
Yeah, BDP did tunnel a little bit, but that is going to be an extra kill point. That's going to be extra placement, securing second now, but it's a full 3v3 BDP, all with red Evos. Don't know who's on the other side of this fight now, but it's all about holding it. They've got the angles as it looks like it will be AM now. Sleepy Panda Stomps going for the push in now. Stomps gets the first knock. Sleepy Panda with the second, and now it's a 1v3 Bursty, the only one alive for BDP. And PSS, they're able to make a very strong push there for the finish in game number 2. And PGG, though, narrowly missed out on another top finish. GG's to PSS.
That was really good showcase from PSS, utilizing that Gibby shield to buy in some space, make sure that they have control over those crates instead, and then isolate at that point. They were able to get that first knock, and they were already in the driver's seat beyond that. Great way for them to position themselves for that end circle, but that was utter chaos still at the very end, Jamerson. We saw Team Pop-Tarts, I believe, bow down in that second game in 4th place, but it was just a matter of a lot of that chaos happening on the southern part of the map as a lot of these squads were rotating north, where they weren't really exposed to that open ground that those squads in Lava Siphon had to expose themselves into, but it was just more so a lot of those long-range G7 longbow shots coming in every single angle as they were trying to make their way into a lot of these buildings that already were controlled by some of the Caustic squads.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Clinical, and this season we're going to snack, crackle, and pop the competition.
For the Chihuahua shot right there, the little ankle biter. You're not going to really land, though, is Rice Krispies Treats. Now with the Mastiff, this is what I love the Mastiff for, but there's tons of grenades sitting in the way. Clinical trying to get out of there. There's a nice R3.
If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, everybody, game number 2 in the books, and PSS grabbing a big win there, winning that final fight and able to grab a dub here in game number 2. So the open teams on the board. We saw Pop-Tarts taking the win in game number 1 on the back of Lion. And let's see who the MVP was for game number 2. Bring that one up for you guys. It's been a fun start to the day, and it's going to be Sung there. 2 kills, 3 assists, just over 1,500 damage. Solid game there on the Bloodhound. Great performances as PSS is one of those teams trying to vie for a spot in Season 4. If you remember, we've mentioned it all throughout the season. The way the open team standings work is whoever finishes the season at the top of the standings of our open squads automatically qualifies for the next season of Series E. It was Lonely Fans last season who became Team Applejacks this season, and now one of these squads is trying to do that there for Season 4. So it's very important for teams to come out every single week, consistently perform, and put points on the board. Benchwarmers are certainly one of the squads we're keeping an eye on, as well as Sniper Meta, but it's PSS grabbing the first win for the open squads here tonight, and Sung being a big part of that. So love to see it. Great game there, and 2 in the books, but 4 more to go here tonight. So still plenty of more action coming your way. Do want to let you guys know if you want to keep track of some of the stats of your favorite Series E pros, maybe check out some of their clips. Just use !team, whatever their team name is. So for this week, it's Rice Krispies Treats week. You can use !team RKT to head over to their profile at esportsarena.com. Check out all their stats, some of their best clips from the season. !team Razor, Pringles, all of those work for all of our partner squads. So make sure to make use of that. You can keep track of some of your favorite Series E pros. We're going back to another break. When we come back, we'll finish off the first half of Series E Open Night with game number 3.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the week of release, and what got me into it was the gunplay, the movement, and all my friends were in the game. They just kept asking me to play, so I kept playing with them, and eventually came here. The role I perform for my team is usually the support role, so I'm on Gibby. I got to throw the bubbles, throw the ultimate down, got the arm shield to trade damage for the Evos. It's been a good experience. I think I used to play the Valk for the team, but switching to Gibby has really helped our team. And the loadout, my favorite loadout has to be the R301, the Eva 8. So playing with Clinical, from the day when I got my PC, I've been playing with him ranked straight into tournaments and then eventually into Series E qualifiers. I've loved every second of it. He's a great guy. He's very humble, very talented. One of the best fraggers in the game, I think. I was so happy to pick him up. Playing with Nemusona, he's very talented. He's insanely cracked at the game. I didn't think I was going to be able to get him on my team from the beginning because we were just so new to the game from the beginning, and just having that experience with him is very good. My favorite part of competitive Apex is the amount of teams left in the zones as they close, everyone rotating in through different areas, trying to get in without getting killed, just getting their spot in the game so they can play for endgame and get the win. I think the last zone is my favorite zone of all. Everyone's running into the zone trying to make sure they don't die to the ring and just fighting it out, and just whoever comes up on top is who had the better gun skill in that game. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name is Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make
So
new
aggressive,
flavors.
so
Endless new
aggressive.
flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 3 of the day. We've had 2 separate winners so far, Pop-Tarts in game number 1 and PSS in game number 2. We did see Pop-Tarts make it fairly late into game number 2, but was it enough to maintain their lead? I mean, starting off with 29 points at the beginning of the day definitely helps. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see if they still stand atop of the leaderboard right now. And they do. Another top finish will propel them up 17 more points. I believe they got like top 5 or something in that last game, maybe top 4. So that's still absolute fragging power coming out from them with 17 points overall. So now they have a 26-point lead over our second place team. Which is Team Premier, who, we're in second place heading into game number 2, but PSS now find themselves 2 points away from Team Premier.
Yeah, Team
Let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moments. Sorry, Vicky. Let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moment. Go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, no, just taking a look at the way that we saw Pop-Tarts end things in 4th place. But this was that moment, though, when Team PSS utilized that Gibby Dome to close in the gap here to get closer to those crates. Safely, they were able to isolate 2 of those members that had that circle positioning. And then BDP, unfortunately, they were booted out of that position. And the aggression had already turned up a notch from Team PSS. Now with them sitting in that 3rd place spot, though, you could see how close they are from claiming 2nd place, even though we saw Team Premier close things out in 2nd place going into game number 2 with 14 points. Now they're not too far ahead. I believe now they have 17 points and Team PSS is literally right behind them. But Pop-Tarts holding a lead by basically half the amount of points in comparison to 2nd place. They're pretty comfortable, but they still have 4 other games to worry about now.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at the late game execution, right, coming out from PSS. I mean, they did this one right. They bubble in. The difference here between the late game, the 3v3 in game number 1 and game number 2 was that Lion on the Wraith was the one that drew the first kind of attention away from from there's the squad that they were fighting off against, right? And so he was able to queue out. He got a lot of cooldowns out from them. That bubble especially was the most important part. BDP, though, played bursty here on the left-hand flank when he could have been the bait there in the middle of all of this. Also, beforehand, they did kind of tunnel vision onto Hambino, I believe, from PGG, which allowed PSS here to actually push up for free. And I can understand in that confusion, you did think that last Octane could have been part of this squad, but tunneling onto them allowed PSS here to slowly creep their way up without having to use cooldowns, without having to use their bubble early on. So they'll have it accessible for this fight. And so they finished it off strong. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cumulative leaderboard here, though, as we now see that Team Pop-Tarts, with the performance that they've had so far today, they're building a comfortable lead, a very comfortable lead between themselves and the team in the 5th place position, which is Team Splash and Team Cheez-It, though, right there in 6th place. Not that weren't too far off from them, but with the 40-some-odd points that they have right now, they're starting to build up a comfortable buffer here in week number 7.
Yeah, they were really showing off the skills that they had last week. I believe they had gotten 3rd or so, but just overall with Team Pop-Tarts finally clawing their way into this top 4 spot and then furthering that gap between Pop-Tarts and then Nestle Splash, this is a great position for Team Pop-Tarts, especially if they still carry on those momentum throughout the rest of the night. They're doing a really good job so far, but that gap between Team Razor and Team Pop-Tarts is insane, so Pop-Tarts need all the points that they could get tonight.
Yeah. But they are, of course, competing mostly up against Team Splash, Team Cheez-It. Rockstar have been having a small little comeback so far, but with the constant roster changes that we're seeing right now, teams still trying to figure out. It's a little bit late in the season to bring new people in. Even though I love seeing McGravy come in, and filling up the squad for the evening, it's still... You have 6 weeks left to go. You need to secure how your play style, your team play, your communication, everything, because you don't want to be put into the relegation squad. But here we go. Heading into game number 3 of the evening now. Let's go ahead and join on board with PSS, the winners of game number 2, as we start off game number 3.
Yeah, PSS, just having the ability to go through that low ground without burning through that Gibby shield was the key there for them to take in that positioning. With them getting started here, get to see some of these squads. It looks like we got a disconnect potentially on the squad that's trying to land in tree, maybe reconnecting over there, but another squad actually going a little long here, and then Team PSS, they're opting to go over to Overlook, just so that way they could potentially get a beacon if there is one in that little island.
Yeah, Sung is actually off at No Name right now, grabbing that beacon for the squad, and I'm surprised that the Geyser team isn't actually contesting that now. Blue Armor already out for Sleepy Panda. They've got ring information as well, and so we should bring that up in just a moment to see where this next zone is going to end. We had a countdown ending. We had a launch site ending. Now this one's pulling pretty heavily to the western edge of the map, so I'm thinking quite possibly over by Hot Springs, or it's actually going to be a thermal station ending. Still the chance that this one pulls over to staging.
This is interesting, yeah, because it's looking like, depending on the next circle, if it does pull north, then that's when we'll know. But if it's a thermal circle, then we have a few squads that we could look at from the southern part of the map that are going to be facing off against each other real shortly, specifically the 2 squads that you see by Launch Site and Dome. So Team Pringles, though, they are taking that high ground position next to Survey Camp, just overlooking a squad that could potentially be at Epicenter.
Yeah, getting challenged over here at Climatizer, but they were able to pick up a kill, it does seem, at the very least. And I like this Depressley right now. He's the one that's holding the angle for his squad. He will actually swaps over to the Bloodhound. I believe he was playing the Caustic earlier on, but you don't really need to play that, especially when you're running from Edge a lot of the times, coming here from Climatizer now. But does seem like Pringles are struggling a little bit in terms of the loot department. Finally, a blue armor coming out from Phony here, and there's an additional one for Fury to pick up as well. So they are recovering at the very least, but will they be able to find the rest of this squad? I am surprised that they didn't kind of tunnel a little bit more to try to get these early kill points.
Now, there's a squad that actually does note Pringles. They're just trying to get into position here, as you'd currently see Phony trying to loot behind them. He's a little isolated. He's going to close in the gap to meet up with them real shortly. But with the other squads actually rotating from that open ground over to the right, they have at least that big icicle from Epi that's springing out to use that to LOS Team Pringles. They don't feel very confident potentially with their loot pool. You could see that the Presley just has a vanilla R9 with just that white stock, so they're backing off. They're actually just trying. Oh, they see the purple shield. That's why we saw that ping actually right there. It's up to them if they actually want to go back and try to get it or wait it out for the cart to come right back. But yeah, you can see that they're starved on loot, and that's why they don't want to take that fight just yet.
Yeah, they camped the banner successfully. They should not have been able to recover it at the very least, so that team will continue to play this one out as at least a duo. Right now, though, Team Rockstar making their way over towards Springs End. This is going to be the Hot Geyser area, and they will be able to, they should be able to at the very least, hold a position just above them on that, on where the beacon can spawn. Doesn't seem like there is a beacon this time around, but I would like to see Rockstar just try and play for this choke. They are running the Valkyrie, so that'll give them the options. If they want to go ahead and commit onto the thermal side, they'll have the Valkyrie redeploy. If perchance that this one does pull away over towards staging instead.
Oh, it looks like Intel here are getting into a fight by Geyser. That scan being able to reach. They've actually been able to find an isolated team member by that rock. It's a Wraith, though, pretending trying to Wraith away, but doesn't get out of that situation here. Maybe not even the Wraith, just was caught out here. And now Team Intel, with getting that first knock, they're going to be able to fully send it in. And with Skittle Cakes on the Caustic, this is going to be chaotic here. Being able to set up those gas traps right before... donking itself on the top of that dome, holding this door, but for how long before the Artstar finds his match, gets the stick with it? Currently, Intel just trying to find this. Wow, just not being able to win that trade there. Dupe actually putting himself in that line of fire, and now it's Intel that's at the disadvantage. PSS making the way to get in for the third party, Jamerson.
Nox Gas Grenade was used as well, so they're running out of cooldowns to try and make this retreat here. They still need to recover and get that res. And Sleepy Panda does not want to let them get away, and he hits the Kobe onto Skittle Cakes. Skittles at the very least got that redeployed to get onto height, but oh man, what a nade out from Sleepy Panda. No, he's actually stuck on the redeploy, and he just gets finished mid-air. His box going down into that Geyser. Another squad showing up behind Team PSS. Excellent awareness, making sure they don't get flanked throughout all of this. And so now you're going to see Team Intel struggling. We'll see. They can come back in for this beacon to get Skittle Cakes back. At least I believe they got dupes before they had to bail out of this one. But here's Benchwarmers just outside of Frag. Finding another squad out. Crispy Bacon, Fat Brew Ninja, and Z Proficiency all finished off. So the Benchwarmers, they've been a little bit quiet in the last two games, but this is a good start at the very least in game number 3.
Silent but deadly, Jamerson, and that's how the Benchwarmers have played this, especially after their performance last week. So now we get set up. They have some KP already. You can see Rambo holding onto 3 of that KP. And being able to have such good loot already. Gold extended energy mag 2 already pinged, and with that volt that he's going to pick up, Rambo is going to be even deadlier than he already was.
Yeah, he's going to want to fight within that range. Having that gold mag is going to be extremely potent. Double SMG. Is he really going to go for it? Might as well. I mean, the absolute damage that comes out from the Prowler basically does trump a shotgun. And it looks like Verholst was able to recover the banner. They never recovered the banner of Dupe, unfortunately. But we'll see. Getting Skittle Cakes back into this game. He can run to the zone. It is just zone 1 right now. As long as he has heals, he will be safe to do so. And it's very unlikely that he runs into another squad here. But the big question is, does anyone chase him into the ring for this final KP?
And they saw where he was able to go through. Oh no, another rat cam.
Is it the same
here.
player?
Yeah, it is. I think it's Mystic, I believe, if I recall correctly. Yeah,
it is.
Oh no, is it the same spot too? Oh, we're just sitting around the campfire.
This one's. So he's moved about like 40 meters to the east. So not the same one, but not too far off from the last rat spot as well. So he's slowly inching his way into the zone. This is actually still a replay from game number 1, by the way. I mean, no. But here's Team Palm Charge. They found a way inside Thermal Station. And with this ring closing in, they're going to get confirmation whether or not this ring is going to be pulling into Thermal or if it pulls up north towards staging. And the rotate out from this spot is so tough. PGG, though, do spot out Mystic, do take him out. And so He has been spotted. Replicator coming out from Dank. This is kind of ballsy, and I don't like the commitment onto it, but they might need it. Their rotation, of course, coming from Lava Siphon. Their pathing to get here doesn't afford them too many other looting opportunities. Looks like something purple was crafted. I don't know, again, once again, what's in rotation, but they have set themselves up a nice little nest egg there, picking up the extra bats and everything. And so they're looking pretty good. But now it's about maybe trying to secure the beacon to their west. If they can try and make a play for it, they can try to go for the bubble, but it's so extremely risky here.
I mean, they noted that there was a team that were looking at them, which is why we had seen Dank throw out the dome so that way they could safely replicate. But that dome is also basically a highlighted beacon to let everybody know that there is a squad in this location. They do get scanned right next to them, actually. Having to be wary. They don't have a caustic to lock down this inner room, but Team Pop-Tarts are still trying to figure out where they want to rotate. They see that there's still a squad above them, so they can't give their backs over to the enemy as they want to go in for a rotation, possibly either to a different location or to go into that beacon that you see off to the side.
I'm so surprised that they're actually holding in this position right now. It's Applejacks that are above them. Triple blues for them, but they're in a great spot to be able to farm these Evo Shields relatively safely, mostly for free. Again, it's all these squads that don't have that mobility of the Valkyrie. This is one of those rings in particular where Valkyrie proves so valuable because she does give you that option on the 50-50 split here. Is it going to pull down the thermal? Is it still going to pull over up to staging? Valkyries have that option to avoid a lot of the choke points with the redeploy.
That's super. It's a big necessity too when you want to go in for those last minute rotations and you don't want to get yourself circle kept. But with Applejacks having this high ground, they have those tools necessary, like you made mention, with a lot of these long-range guns with the Rampage. You currently see Blueberry try to find an angle, but then you have to take that fight and bring the Rampage to a charged rifle fight. I mean, I don't want to try to pick this fight. You can already see AJ losing their shield, that charged rifle being so lethal in the right hands.
Syringes for 2 HP, 1 HP too, just to be extra cautious here, but we'll see. It doesn't seem like there are too many teams here on the southern side, and a lot more might have been banking on quite possibly this one pulling up towards staging here, but we don't have that information quite yet. If we can swap around, that would be great to see if anyone has the next ring for us, because this is still so ambiguous right now. And this is going to be a poll down towards Thermal Station, and particularly where Rice Krispies are playing Malice Mama, or excuse me, Nestle are playing Malice Mama, Gibby, and Co. Playing that choke on the northern side and prove extremely beneficial. They need to hold this one down to try and gatekeep. A lot of the squads that are still hovering on the northern side, you can see Razor are there. We have Rice Krispies on the wrong side of the circle. BDP is here as well. Young Pop-Tart barely survives that nade, as he just finished off that bat. Now he needs to get through that med kit, but no push coming out from this squad, surprisingly enough.
So there's a few interesting things that I'd seen on that southern part of the map. It looks like there's a squad that was outside of circle, potentially the squad that we saw that got rezzed outside of circle for the first circle, closer to Lava City. It looks like they're rotating from Tree, but there's 2 other squads that are rotating from the northern part of Tree into Thermal, and that's going to be a fight that's probably going down right now, but it's going to be lethal for the squad that has to rotate from Circle, especially since Ring 2 is already closing in.
Yeah, BDP, they do have a death box to pick up here, and they've got the scan out. Or excuse me, do note that there might be a squad to their north coming out from the Snake. First, he's going to keep an eye on that. BDP were the second place finishers in game number 2. But they need to find some more points here. Again, with such a strong lead right now, 14 Pop-Tarts. They spot out 1, the spray onto the purple. Not the prettiest there, but he's got plenty of ammo to make up for it as another team shows up behind them. So they've got to be careful. Drez getting cracked. Does make it behind cover there, so they're not going to be forced to use that bubble for the time being. Now they have to contend with multiple squads in the area. But with the ring pull, that's going to be the harder obstacle more than anything else at this point. And now they have to deal with them, and they might actually have to commit to playing inside the train track, which offers almost no cover. Down here on the southwest side of Thermal Station, PSS, we're playing in the back corner here. Bubbles out from either side as nades go in. No connects quite yet, as that team has backed off to the other building. Scan will confirm that for PSS. They at least secure this building for now. It's going to be safe in the next zone as well, but just a sliver of the building, and that door can easily be spammed out. And of course, the nades could follow as well. PSS, though, are winners from game number 1. How aggressive do they want to get off of this? Are there other squads in the area as well? The scans from Sung are going to prove valuable, and it looks like they do scan a squad to their east, so they might actually just go for that one instead.
Yeah, what was really strong for them in that game 2 was the fact that they were able to play those rotations smartly, and they want to do something very similar here. They have some KP, but it's not as much as they would like to at least try to get closer to that first place spot that Pop-Tarts is holding on to. You can already see the PSS, they're making their moves to go in for some rotations. They know that there's still a squad behind them, but that is just some awareness while knowing that the other squads are to their right. They don't want to get sandwiched, so this is really going to trickle down to how Sleepy Panda is going to help the rest of PSS rotate if they do utilize that portal at the end.
Yeah, this Dorito building is feeling very vulnerable for them. They know that that one door can easily get taken out. Blue bins to their northeast are actually open, and that's what Sleepy Panda was doing, scouting that one out and making sure it was clear. Sleepy Panda keeping an eye on it now, but now you can see all the squads coming in from the eastern side, dropping down onto the low as well, committing for that. Do they pick up any free KP off of this? No, as Stomps misses out on most of his shots, but Sleepy Panda is just making sure that those blue bins are secured for his squad. If they need to bail out of here, he should be able to port them to safety as well. Who is this other team on this side, though, as Team Razor have made their way on in to Thermal Station now, as they did get hit by something there, but they're going to be able to reset now and then possibly try and deal with this squad, but it's going to be a very dangerous affair. We know that Nestle Splash were playing the choke to their north, so the third parties can come extremely quickly.
This is so difficult. They do have the Octane jump pad to reposition properly, but it's a matter of where they're going to land without getting sandwiched, because you see there's still a squad to their left. If they jump pad out of this building, there's still another squad waiting for them on the other side of where they're looking at right now. They do have potentially a bombardment, but they're just holding on to this building for right now. Look at the final circle, too. They're sitting pretty comfortably here with the rest of the squads moving in from Thermal Station, trying to at least try to get onto the high ground, but we still have to note that one squad that was on the high ground of Thermal Station, right in the middle, that has a lot of this open ground that they could overlook and just farm those evil shields for free.
Nemu Sona might be the only one alive now for Rice Krispie Treats. Gonna go just above him as well, but he's not healing up. That's the big thing. I think he might have just gotten taken out, and so this northern side is going to be an absolute bloodbath in just a moment. Another minute and 15 before this zone starts closing in, and this high ground position, there's plenty to play off of here as Nemusona gets finished as well by Drazax. He's able to pick that one up from the low ground. Right now, though, it's going to be the Benchwarmers find themselves in a spot of trouble. Clinical does get finished off, but here comes Team Razor. They're going for a risky play, playing on the bottom side of the circle building. And this is going to be free for them. They secure that as well. They don't have the scans. The scan on the other side will confirm that there's a team here, though. And so now Team Razor, how ballsy do they get on this? Do they want to try and retake for the first floor? As we don't know, fighting on the edges. Almost got to get cracked, but Hapusan has to fall back here as he's dropped down low. Insightful accidentally takes that port as he chases after this, but now he's about to go down in just a moment. Does survive, retaking that port back, as we don't know, need to stabilize here. They're getting tagged up from range. Now they're playing off the blue bins, and this is what we were talking about. I guess we don't know was the squad. I was trying to gatekeep PSS.
Yeah, this is a squad that was right behind them, and PSS had already taken the rotation first, and because of that, now they're the ones circle keeping. We don't know. We talked about Valkyrie a little bit earlier, but that's something that Valkyrie really helps out, is prevents you from getting circle kept and just allows you to reposition, but so does this Gibby Dome that they utilize right now to actually surround the portal. They're diving right into the other Gibby Dome. They lose Hapusan first, but all this damage with the Havoc, it's so difficult now with the L-Star 2 dealing so much of the damage. PSS, they're still in this, but the dome goes down and the Arcstar now. The third party comes in. Can PSS escape this? You cannot phase out at the startup. It's just too much. Pringles, by the hair on their chinny chin chin, they take control over that fight. The bombardment comes out, and now another bombardment is about to come down on Pringles. They're forced to get out.
Looks like they are going to be safe off of this, though, just rotating over to the right-hand side. They have plenty of cover. So as this one dissipates, they'll be able to pick that one up. A lot of fighting taking place to their north right now. We know that the bench warmers right there, and they do finish off Rice Krispie Treats as well. Team Razor are in the northern building. They haven't made their push onto the second floor quite yet. Applejacks, who have been able to play off this position since the beginning of the game, do have themselves the purple Evos. We're able to get that with a long range, but take a look at how much they had to go into their coffers. They've only got about less than 50 shots for Kupski's R301. Aj, I believe, was, or was it Blueberry, was running the Rampage. Didn't have that much ammo as well. So they need to recover something to try and play for this late game here. I don't know how much longer they can actually stay up top on the sniper post.
That's what I was wondering too when I was seeing some of these pigs go off from, you know, the middle of thermal here, that I was wondering if the squad had still stayed on this high ground, and that's exactly what they've done. But because of that, they haven't been able to replenish their ammo, like you said. So it looks like they still are going to hold on to this high ground. They're just going to let the chaos go down right underneath them. Because the moment they drop down, they have to seek out at least some sort of death box that they could replenish themselves with, or actually weapon swap if necessary. But here you currently have them having those scans, so they have some intel over the squad that's actually right below them still, and it's going to be Dank's team.
Yeah, they do have the port to try and get aggressive on Team Pop-Tarts, but again, they haven't been able to poke them just because they've been underneath them this entire time. They have no armor checks whatsoever. They don't know what they're fighting up against. We can see it ourselves. It's a red and a blue and a purple, all the colors of the rainbow for them, but they're more, I guess, conscious of trying to pick up these latent kill points throughout this next ring closing. Good damage off, but they're not getting the critical damage. And now, Kupski, sorry, you've got 13 shots left in your R301. Here's WPH in a fight, though. They do trade as BBN does go down, and now they are just completely vulnerable. Finally, Blueberry Smalls picks up a kill, and they will be awarded for that Applejacks on the other side. Zenovic's trying his best. The Team Razor fighting a two-front war. They do get the knocks. They need to recover Zara Tricky, though, as Mr. Hakulo laying down some great shots, but now they're getting pushed by that squad that was above them this entire time. Baby Thule pushes the bubble by himself. Here comes out a thermite. Will Mr. Hakulo be able to get a thirst or anything off of this? No, but it does at least back off that team. And now Hakulo, he's burning down to a thermite himself. He'll get finished off. Team Razor are out in the top 7. Rockstar have secured themselves a decent position here just outside the circle building. Applejacks with the port out have dropped down onto the low. Team Pop-Tarts in their sights. They've already gotten the knock on the G7 Dank, though. But now they need to find the other 2 members of Team Pop-Tarts, and they desperately need to secure their loot as well.
It was actually insane looking at that little crack of a corner that squad was able to put on so much pressure from before retreating from the back of the building. Actually insane. Now it's going to be Applejacks making their rotation over with their limited ammo, so they have to be careful here because that squad, they have so many death boxes to just loot from that they're not the ones that are starving here, but they do know that there's still a squad right behind them, a portal potentially right behind them too, and Applejacks, they're going to get aggressive because they need this loot.
It's only the shotguns for 2 of their members. I believe Blueberry is sitting on that PK, and you got the Massive in the hands the EVA 8 in the hands on the other side. And they're actually running every single shotgun, a PK and EVA along with that Massive, but they don't have the range, and they weren't able to recover any ammo there. It's down to the top 5 squads here. Rat's getting finished off as Fury will take out Mooney. Now it's the top 4. Should be a 3v1 with 1 more Rat remaining. Find out who that one is in just a moment. And now it's looking like an arenas match.
Yeah, right here in the middle. And now with the bombardment going down, they can't hang out by that crate much longer. You see BDP and we see the Rat. It's going to be Bursty, and he's got 2 shots in the Craver. Can he do anything with it?
He's also got a great position. McGravy finds the knock onto Aj as Applejack try to push the bottom here. Oh no, Kimchi Lee might have been DC throughout all that, and he gets taken out now. Bursty falls, and so it's the final 3 squads, 3v3v3. Here's Blueberry Smalls, makes his push out with the EVA 8. He gets the knock onto McGravy, but Phony will answer on back, and it's gonna be Team Pringles in this discordant last team fight that get the win here in game number 3.
Wow, that was so chaotic at the very end there. Even looking at the rat that had that high ground position with the Kraber, that could have really been it all, but the line of sight just was not there within that position. That was also really unfortunate to see that DC at the very end when you have two other squads left. That is the last thing that you want to happen when it comes to these type of competitions, because, you know, it's not just bragging rights that we're here for, Jamerson. This is game number 3, and now it's just half of the night that's been gone for our Open tonight. It's going to be 3 more games left, and we'll see what these squads do with Pringles taking game number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
How long have I been playing Apex Legends? I've been playing Apex Legends on and off since Season 1, right around release, but I started taking the game seriously around Season 5. And what got me hooked onto the game was 100% the movement and the gunplay that the game had to offer. On my team, I'm the IGL during our fights. I make sure that our team stays coordinated together so that we can win our fights as easy as possible. Right now, I'm playing the legend known as Horizon in Apex Legends, and my favorite gun combo to use is definitely the Flatline and the EVA 8 Auto. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nomusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Right, that's the end of the first half of Open Night here in Rice Krispies Treats Week, and Team Pringles grabbing a big victory to close out the first 3 games. So that's partnered squads with wins in the 2 of the first 3 games. So big game there from Pringles and a great performance as they're trying to chase down Team Intel, who still holds control of first place in our partner standings. So they're trying to close that gap. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 3, and it's going to go over to Fury with a big game. 8 kills, 1 assist, and just short of 1,900 damage. Fury was leading the way for this squad through the first few weeks. Phony has picked it up over the last few. He had a big performance a couple of weeks ago, and now really, if you have both Fury and Phony firing on all cylinders, and then Presley bringing up the rear supporting those two, this is a very dangerous squad. We haven't seen them top the charts yet this season, but they have been in contention very consistently, and we'll have to see if maybe they can chase down Team Intel and close that gap. So big win from them, and we'll have to see how the rest of the night goes for our 2 partnered squads that did get wins in the first half, both Pop-Tarts and Pringles trying to grab a victory here tonight. But I want to talk about a couple of players on 2 of our top 3 squads, and that's Zera Tricky and Duplex. I think 2 of the most underrated players in Series E. Now you may think, well, underrated, they're on, Team Razor and Team Intel. These are some of the best teams, but I really feel like these players are consistently outshined by their teammates. Specifically for Team Razor, a lot of the talk comes around Mr. Hakulo. He came into this week leading Series E in kills, and then you look on the other side, Duplex playing with Verholst and Skittlecakes, who are 2nd and 3rd respectively in the kills department as well. So they have teammates that pop off regularly, have those big kill numbers, but I feel like it needs to be recognized that both Zera Tricky and Dupe play a huge part in allowing their teammates to succeed as much as they do. So let's take a look here through their stats. A little bit of a difference in kills. 85 there for Zera Tricky and 69 for Duplex. That's 5th and 8th in the kill rankings, to be clear, in our Series E pros. But then you look at the assists. Duplex leads all Series E pros in assists at 97 coming into this week. 3rd place for Zera Tricky with 90. And then I think the most standout number is the average damage. 848 is 4th place for Zera Tricky, and then 3rd place at 864 is Duplex. So even if these guys aren't necessarily getting the biggest of kill numbers, though they are both approaching 100, they are committing and bringing damage to the table every single game. Those are very good numbers to bring to the table. And then good kill participation percentages, both of them around 60% for their team. So they are very consistent influences on their team's performances, and it feels like if you have a Mr. Hakulo, a Verholst, a Skittlecakes popping off, and then you have a Duplex behind them to bring up the rear, like I'm talking about with Presley on Team Pringles, that is how you build a complete squad. Now, Team Razor, I've mentioned it throughout the season, it's felt like Baby Tooling hasn't necessarily been the right fit, but it feels like they've got Zera, so if they can get that 3rd, this is a very strong squad, and Intel obviously looking very good from top to bottom. So those, a couple of players that I wanted to highlight today. Do want to just remind you guys, if you want to grab yourself some Rice Krispies treats or any other snacks or products from all of our partners, make sure to head over to walmart.com/esportsarena today to shop all of that good stuff. We're going to go back to another break. When we come back, Jamerson and Vicky Kitty will get you ready for the second half of Open Night.
Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I'm about to try the original Rice Krispie treat. I recommend 1010. You can never go wrong with the original one. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispie Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispie Treat Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We just had our halftime break, so I think now is an excellent opportunity for us to check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is standing up top. We didn't have the highest of finish for Team Pop-Tarts, but they do eke out some points at the very least, cresting that 50-point mark halfway through the day. So 51 points for Team Pop-Tarts, but now Team Pringles, with that big win, find themselves in second place with 37 points overall.
Although Pop-Tarts has been able to build up this lead since game number 1, Jamerson, you can see that Pringles are slowly closing in that gap, but BDP rather is right behind them with 30 points. So this next game could really make it or break it if Team Pringles actually play in for that end game. Team Pop-Tarts may need to look out for that team because Pringles has been another one of those consistent teams that have been tearing it up in the Series E Open.
Yeah, right now we have three teams, partner teams in the top 5. And so with Pop-Tarts, Pringles, and Rockstar all right there, it's still highly contentious for that first place spot. We have 3 games left to go. So plenty of play left to try and catch up right now. Team Pop-Tarts, though, are doing a pretty good job, though, at the very least, of securing the top 5s and some kill points along the way. But right now, we'll see if they can bring up the same kind of tempo that they had in game number 1. Let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moment, though, of game number 3. And like we said, it ended up looking like an arena match in the late game. But no, it was this team fight PSS that ended up trying to punish Team Intel, I believe. And this was the big nade out from Sleepy Panda, as I think it was Skittle Cakes was trying to get away.
Boom. That was insane. The moment he tried to get onto the geyser, the grenade blew up and blocked the only way he could have actually gone to get it to the geyser as fast as possible. Great timing on that nade too. Sleepy Panda just doing the quick Kobe and now being able to show it off on their highlight reel. PSS looking pretty good. I mean, they took game number 2 for a reason, but it was Pringles at the very end of the day that had taken game number 3.
Yeah, and so Team Intel, though, were able to recover, not really ever able to get Dupe back in, unfortunately. That Beacon did end up timing out, or the banner did end up timing out, but I believe they played this one out as a duo for some time. That was the team you were noting that was rotating in through the ring over towards Tree Side to get into Thermal, but ultimately, just without that third, it becomes so much harder as we have our cumulative leaderboard once again. And now Team Pop-Tarts, with the performance that they've had so far, take a look at the lead now that they have up against the other squads that are competing to get onto the bubble. They currently have a 62-point lead over teams Rockstar and Splash, but Rockstar are the ones that are slowly climbing up now with the performance that they've had so far. So good on them for climbing up the leaderboard. So in the next few weeks, I mean, I'm going to constantly keep an eye on this leaderboard just because of how close it is for our teams on the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, with 5 weeks left, a lot of these teams, they want to make sure that they maintain either a lead or close in that gap between Pop-Tarts. And you could see Team Razor having that 93-point lead with a really good performance from Team Pop-Tarts. And if they still maintain that momentum that they had started out the night with, then it could be very possible here that Team Pop-Tarts could pull through and land in that top 3 spot on these leaderboards.
Yeah, so with 3 games left to go, let's go ahead and head into game number 4 back onto World's Edge. As remember, 2 out of the 3 games so far won by our partnered squads. Will that continue to hold true as we head into the second half of the evening here? Again, pretty decent split so far. We saw Team Intel, of course, fighting off drop up against RCO, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that as we navigate the early game, but we're joining on board with Team Pringles. In game number 3, they were able to pick up a cheeky kill onto a player that got a little bit greedy on the split over by Epicenter. This time around, though, it doesn't seem like they're getting challenged for some of the Epicenter loot. And so Team Pringles are just going to play this one tight and play this one close to the vest. They do have the beacon to play off of, so Presley should be able to pick that one up for the squad as well. Already a blue armor for Fury, so a good start for our winners from game number 3.
And we saw earlier here that Team Pringles were a little bit starving on loot, and we could actually see where that next circle is going to be pulling very similar to that circle that we had seen just in Game 3, except this is actually pulling a little bit closer to Tree. I'm actually wondering here if we could see when the next circle comes in, if it's going to pull closer to that south right side, closer to Tree, where you already see a squad controlling that area, but slowly you're going to see that squad also by Dome that's going to fight that other squad in launch side. So with a lot of these rotations moving over to the west, I'm excited to see what a lot of those squads closer to launch side and Dome are actually going to break out to do, because you already know that that squad in Tree, once they do have that beacon down locked, they're going to be able to hold that ground, and they're going to be able to actually try to circle keep a lot of those squads rotating from the southern side.
All right, you're on board with Splash, who are looting and rotating quickly here through Lava Siphon. They do have a team just ahead of them. They got to be careful here, as it doesn't seem like Malice Mamba was able to get some extra ultimate excels on early, or maybe went over to Gibby instead. But the Nox gas grenade could be incredibly strong here. He's 50% from that now. They will use the lower bridges to try and close the gap. There's one on his right. Spotted him out just a little bit too late. Here comes the first barrel as he chases him around the corner now. Is this just a duo on the other side of this one? At least in this building they are, as Malice Mamba is just fully controlling that first floor, making sure that is not an option. But now they're getting flanked by the third player, who just kind of ran in for this one for free. But there it is, the knock onto Aves, and now Rockstar in a little bit of trouble. McGravy drops down to get the knock onto Malice Mamba, bringing this one back down to a 2v2. The peek out, the bubble from Gibby, as Splash tries to go for that peek in the 1v2. But McGravy will fall, and it seems like, unfortunately, Rockstar were just playing this one out as a duo, missing out on Kimchi Lee. So that's going to be 2 kill points going the way early on to Nestle Splash.
That and the fact that Nestle Splash already had a purple Evo. You saw that Mamba and I'm Just Gibby were able to have those blue Evo shields put themselves in that line of fire first. Now Nestle Splash, or rather RKT now, as we see their view, they're holding on to that higher ground area right above Thermal. They have the jump pad, but Nemusona only has a white Evo, tries to find the tracking with the Arc Star. Doesn't find it just yet, but slides actually off the high ground. This is a really bad position to be in, because now you're forced to take some damage from the lava, but at least has a lot of that line of sight to be able to get that free KP, putting him in to take a lot of that damage from the lava, but it's okay. As long as he gets that down, now he can dirty that player and now take their Evo shield to get a quick shield swap. But you see them jumping right on top of him. They're not going to let Nemusosa get away.
Oh, he's just going to go ahead and challenge the high ground now, going in with that EVA 8 up against the enemy Octane here. Drop down low. Gordo will be able to finish him off. And Rice Krispies didn't converge on this fight quick enough. I don't know exactly what happened to them. Just allowed him to take that 1v3 without following up as well. Will they be able to recover them? We'll see, as the res did not come out, so this is still a 2v2 for Rice Krispie Treats. Trying to pre-fire the angles, but they're getting flanked now. He does have another scan coming up. There we go. They're going to be able to finish them off. Now they need to go for the quick res here. The big question is that respawn beacon going to be free? They gave up that position. They need to get back onto the high ground, or do they just go running all the way to the southwest for the res? And it looks like that's what they will do. Still, very scary situation. Be slowed down, especially when you had the priority for the rotates, when you had the priority to have a very solid position in this ring.
At least with this slow rotate back into circle, maybe they could go in for another beacon scan. Meanwhile, Cheez-It, they've lost Finicky, they've lost the Gibby, they lost the Dome, and now they're surrounded in both angles. Ibo's taking a lot of damage, and Golden also getting shot from behind, but there's nowhere you can go. The Gibby Dome also blocked their way into getting out of the situation, and the best way for PSS to take that fight was not only to clean things up with Sleepy Panda getting all 3 of the members, but now the third party's coming in, and the Longbow is finding its mark.
Yeah, guys are looking more like graveyard for Cheez-It now. 2 games in a row, PSS, with this rotation through. We saw them, of course, coming from Overlook. The timing's a little bit slow for them, I would say, in terms of looting out Overlook and then making the run for it. But the timings have been working out for them. They've been able to come in for the third parties, find some fights themselves, getting this early KP. With that 3 already on the board for them. Nestle Splash, though, making their way on over to Countdown now. Have a full squad ahead of them. Malice Mamba will have that Nox gas grenade for this push if he elects to use it. Gibby just tries to go straight in as the defensive bombardment will allow Malice Mamba to just sneak in for free, but he's taking so much damage, and I think he thought it was his own defensive bombardment. The comms, or they might have just been layered right on top of each other, so in the confusion, Malice Mamba will go down. As, oh boy, that is so unfortunate that the timings from the defensive bombardment, both of them came down at the exact same time, I guess. And so now, Nestle Splash are just playing this one out as a duo here.
Just bamboozled, yeah, just as you said, the literal timing of the bombardment came in at the same time, and unfortunately, Mamba just could not get out of that position to get right back into the dome. They could at least try to take full advantage of the fact that they were able to pressure them a little bit, maybe, but this fight is already going longer than maybe they have anticipated, because another squad could potentially start rotating off to their right.
Yeah, you have to be worried about Team Razor coming in, all the teams that come out from Skyhook as well, especially for Team Razor. When they take trials, they are super late on the rotates, and they end up, of course, just playing Edge most of the time now. They're just watching the banners there. We'll see if Malice Mamba does get recovered, hits with the Q from that, but the Wraith is just challenging this entire time. Turns gets cracked. Now they're going to be under pressure from the ring, and that squad that's just gatekeeping them is just completely starving them out.
And they have to start moving now, too. They're outside of circle, but at least it's ring 1, so they could still slowly push into this ring without putting themselves on open ground. And the way that this squad is playing this is fantastic, because they're holding multiple angles so that way they can't get focused. Nestle Splash seeing the opportunity here that they're going to try to fully send into this. It's only Turns that has his red Evo shield here. He's taking some damage from the ring, and he can't do it alone. Currently, FKP, they played that beautifully, specifically Fat Fruit Ninja, who held that off angle on purpose to prevent them from grabbing the banner and just dipping.
And FKP, understanding the situation that they had priority, they had the pressure of the zone, they had the 2v3. Team Intel over here inside Tree right now. They've got one of the buildings locked down with that Caustic Skittle Cakes. You know, I loved him on the Valkyrie, but I do understand taking up that Caustic as well with the buffs that came in with Season 10. We've hit the top 15, by the way. It's we've had a lot of early game action here in zone number 2, so the game's been really fast, especially for what's been taking place throughout the night. Right now, they are sharing this building, it does seem. Another squad on the other side, and it's a risky thing to try and make this push when we still have 15 full squads alive.
And they don't want to give this free real estate away, too. So they have the caustic traps already set up here. And they are able to blow them up in case that squad does try to push in on them. But this is the perfect plan here for Team Intel, since they do have the caustic now. And they have the Octane jump pad if they need to reposition quickly by a window or something like that.
Yeah, so things should slow down quite a bit. It doesn't seem like, yeah, there's no beacon inside that tree building to their west right now, so no team's really highly prioritizing that one. Really, just playing the position here on the eastern side is going to be incredibly strong for Team Intel. There should be a lot of late rotations coming through here, down from Lava Siphon, from launch site as well, so they should be able to pick up kill points. Remember, Team Intel, they picked up the large bulk of their kills during open nights. This one's been one of the slower nights for them so far, but we have, of course, 3 more full games to play out. Well, 2 more full games after this one, so they have plenty of time to pick things up.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these squads slow down their own gameplay here, just minus a lot of the fighting that's been going down in this ring too here. Currently you have Team Razor, who are fighting by these rocks, just trying to fight for a little bit of that high ground this other squad has currently by the crates. Comes the Gibby bombardment though, to at least try to get them booted and to respect some of the space built in. You see Hakula already closing in that gap. They've utilized the dome, but they have the jump pad right there if necessary. They're stuck in a corner, and Team Razor, they're gonna get aggressive here. Already trying to find the crack on the purple, but as he tries to climb, he actually puts himself in the line of sight of their opponent, and now the bombardment going down. Team Razor have lost 2 already, and Baby Tooley only has this blue Evo, 1 being Flesh. He's forced to reposition, and now this could potentially be a 1v1, but he's got full purple at the moment. Can he close it out? He's doing the hip firing, but it's actually 2 that was left, and you can't do that when you have such limited health. There's also another squad firing from afar, and here comes the third party rolling in. They won't even be able to res Phony off to that left beacon with another team rolling in.
He does scan back and notes that there's no one right behind him. So he is relatively safe, but does seem like this team that was playing off the bridge are ready to push up. I believe that was PSS that are playing off of that. On here, the north side of Thermal Station currently, we're on board with WPH, who do have a squad on the other side. Bubbles down from them. Sir Lifty, if he needs to, has a bubble of his own, and it looks like he's eyeing quite possibly running back, but instead it's going to be an aggressive push out. They're the one with the bubble advantage. They do finish off some random, but Sir Lifty gets cracked once again. That's going to be another bat down the drain for them, but clearing out this northern side, it will behoove them, of course. As you can see, a lot of teams were trying to make it through that choke. Now they're going to be funneled on over towards this side. Lords are the team that lost out on one. We'll see if they're going to be able to recover that banner, but you know that a lot of loot was already taken from it as well, and so they're just going to give up on it. They're going to jump pad over here to play under the train tracks, but this is such a terrible position to be in. You can see when they made the map changes to World's Edge, where there was a lot more cover provided on the train tracks, well, they forgot that this part of the train tracks existed, and so there's nothing to play off of. Jetski's trying his best to use that headshot angle, but he is getting tagged, almost down with about 20 HP left, and there it is. Zanavix will be able to secure that kill. Now WPH finish that one off. It's actually Madness with the third party from long range. He's got that Kraber, and take a look at the distance that he got that shot from, all the way across the map, essentially there. Pick that one up. The bench warmers, they have been a little bit quiet. They're starting to wake up now in these later games.
Yeah, especially with the Kraber in I'm Madness' hands, this is going to be actually madness. I'm also surprised that WPH had given up that high ground, but they were able to secure some extra KP. We even saw the head glitch attempt from the Octane, but not going to work out. As you mentioned, you're just out of open ground at that time, and FKP, they've lost Fat Fruit Ninja going down first. Crispy Bacon does have a red Evo, but they're on the low ground. Taking this fight from low to high ground is not ideally, especially when you have another squad rotating in from circle right behind you. FKP, they're surrounded, they're sandwiched, and this is not the sandwich that I want served up to me right now if I were them. Now it's PSS, Sleepy Panda, who's lost their shield, but you have to be wary. There's still a squad right above them that was shooting at the other squad that they got.
And they got 40 seconds though, and they'll have plenty of time to re-secure their spot over by the fences just to the south, and it looks like that is what they will do. This ring starting to pull away from tree side, and so playing off the fences. This could be the ending right here, or just a little bit to the south. But again, these tree endings, there's about two big high probability endings here where maybe it goes over to the triangle in the middle of tree, but I favor right now playing off the fences here. PSS have been able to pick up a lot of kill points, gatekeeping the squads, so I want to see them continue doing that. They need to delay this push. They need to delay holding their back right now, because teams can change up the angle, can come back around here. So that's what Sleepy Panda is doing. He's going to be the safest one. He's on that rate. He's got the Q along with the port if he really needs to get out of danger. But it doesn't seem like anyone's going to challenge him. So it's going to be a free back for PSS. Now they'll have the corner of that fence situation to work off of. They're in another excellent position. You can see there also the kill leaders are released. Sleepy Panda is another great game so far for PSS.
And this is what they needed here too, Jamerson. After their performance game 2, where they took the whole thing, they were right behind Pop-Tarts, who expanded that lead just in game 1, where they started things off with 29 points. And now PSS, depending on how Pop-Tarts is doing right now in this game, this could be the opportunity for PSS to try to snatch that, or at least get close to it. But Sleepy Panda gets shot at, and now forced to back off with that Wraith. Going to be able to get right back into stomps, but they've isolated Sung here over to the left, and Sung doesn't have that mobility to close in the gap to meet up with the rest of PSS, so they have to be careful here as he's holding that off angle.
See, that ring does actually pull away from the triangle, and so that fence position that PSS were in is going to be extremely strong. Madness with a quick flick, hits with that Kraber. Actually goes for the Q, bubble out from Noth as well, but Noth gets pushed. Madness needs to reconnect with the squad right now, pulls out that R9, Clinical gets the knock onto Noth, but the damage has been done, right? Madness should be able to find another one here. No, Rice Krispie Treats will take him out, and unfortunate for them as Rice Krispie Treats deal with the last member. It should just be Rambo remaining, but oh my goodness, I should never count out Rambo. Felino comes in to clutch up for his squad. But it does seem like the third party's already coming in. Pop-Tarts showing up here. They're the ones that'll be the kings of the hill. They'll secure this high ground position in this ring. Bubble out from that squad. Mooney will go ahead and push up and secure these kills. RCO tried to get involved, but Pop-Tarts will instantly slap them down.
And it makes sense. So much of this chaos is happening because a lot of these squads were coming in from the north side here. Meanwhile, happening inside the building with these caustic traps, it's going to be Team Intel that are still holding this building, but they can't hold it for long as the circle is going to be pulling north from where they're currently located. They're going to be able to get away with at least looting up real quick, but you still have Dupe that has that blue Evo shield in this endgame cycle. Oh, and the squad moving in though. It's Applejacks. They've already lost one though.
Oh, Applejacks. Does seem like they get finished off as Sung comes in for the third party there. PSS, you can see Sung with that 30-30 repeater. We don't get to see many of them in the late game, and now they're setting up the nest egg here with the armor swaps just to play off of. You know that they're close to getting Evos or additional red Evos on some of them, so having these armor swaps will be extremely clutch for them. Getting hit by that charge rifle, though, can be a bit of a nuisance here. Sung's like, I don't want to challenge that. Lion, the Kraber, is stolen from the hands of Madness, now punching RCO as Holiday goes down to that one. Will he be able to drop down onto the low? Will PSS be in position to secure this thirst for the squad? Another headshot. This time it's onto PSS, but we're getting thirsty for the third-party kills. Sleepy Panda was on the Wraith as well, so he will not have that Q, or excuse me, the port to get out now as Team Intel do make their push out. They were able to secure a decent spot inside the zone. Playing with this caustic, with these barrels, that will give them some extra cover to work with. Inside that car, we're down to our top 4 squads.
Although they've been able to funnel themselves in that cart, they do have those traps, but for how long can that maintain them with a lot of these grenades that we've been seeing coming out in this final circles? The last few games, Team Pop-Tarts, they have the best position, and with the Kraber in Lion's hand, how much work can Lion do with only 4 bullets? We already saw one go down, and there's still another squad, actually. It looks like Mooney is actually right behind them, and currently, you can see Team Pop-Tarts, they have to be wary because there's still a squad that's underneath them, potentially. It's going to be a Seer squad, actually.
Yeah, we got Pop-Tarts, we got PSS, Intel, and RCO, but RCO currently playing this one out as a duo. They were able to at least get Holiday back into the game. He dropped down onto the low after that headshot and did end up surviving, but that does, of course, throw a spanner in the works here for Team Pop-Tarts. They'll have to basically jump out at the same time as RCO, and even though it's going to be a 3v2, that forces out the bubbles earlier from them. That's going to give PSS, that's going to give Team Intel the opportunities to just free fire on them, and particularly for Team Intel, hold on to a lot of their cooldowns to fight off against PSS at this point. You can see they're setting up that crossfire. You can see Stomps getting that wide flank on the right-hand side just in case as well to get LOS onto the members. But this is a tough, tough position to be in if you're Team Pop-Tarts, if you're Team RCO.
Oh, just trying to get into position. You also have the Hemlock right in front of Lion to go for a quick gun swap after utilizing the Kraber. Only 2 shots left now. That's also some knowledge here for that squad that's underneath them. Oh, trying to contest the Kraber. That's a little brave here, but it's going to be a Gibby and some of his shield too. That's going to tank those hits. Gonna be able to get rid of that caustic gas trap, but yeah, Team Pop-Tarts having this position is the best situation for them.
They're actually in on the zone. The big worry, though, is that they might not have enough of this high ground to avoid the LOS of the squads below them. Lion finally swapping off. I was gonna say that he needed to swap that armor with Lion, because he's had that Evo for some time now, and they're so close to getting this one up to a 3rd Evo for themselves. And actually, they do have plenty of ground to work with. Plenty of that mountainside to just break LOS on PSS, Team Intel as well, as Stomps makes the push. He gets the knock onto Dupe, but oh my goodness, Lion connects with that. Will be able to get the knock onto him as Dupe gets finished off by Mooney as well. So they are bloodying the rest of the field. Will PSS be able to recover their 3rd member, or is he out of this fight now?
That was insane. And they also got a grenade knockdown too, but they're not gonna give up this high ground. They have such a good position, and I believe there was still a squad that was underneath them by the tunnels. Once that squad has just been forced out here, just trying to hold different angles with 3 of the squads left, minus Pop-Tarts holding this ground. It's a scary situation, but they also still have the teleporter that they could use to port themselves out if necessary, and that's exactly what they're gonna use first, just to get some intel. They know that there's somebody right underneath them.
Yeah, that's RCO playing this one out as a duo. The damage done by PSS along with Team Pop-Tarts brings us down to a 3v3v2v2 as PSS were able to recover their third. Right now, Dank takes the port now, dropped onto the low, forcing out the early bubble from RCO. It's going to be G7 Dank throwing down his own defensive bombardment. Lion took a lot of damage there, and he actually goes down. Somehow a thermite got in, and he went down. Beast of the Hunt getting popped as they tried to get the res, but Mooney takes out RCO's Holiday. There's only one more member remaining for RCO, and they are trying to secure this, trying to secure third, but PSS understand the situation. We are down to the top 3 squads here as Team Intel looking to come in for the third party. PSS is not giving them an opportunity, staying fully healthy despite taking that last hit from the defensive bombardment. Now PSS are ready to peek down onto Team Intel. It's a 3v2v2, and PSS, as long as they play this perfectly, they'll be able to finish this one off. There we go. RCO getting rid of Mooney. Now Team Pop-Tarts out. It's just PSS versus Team Intel on the other side of this one, and it's just a matter of time. Sung's the one that goes for the peak, and PSS will secure a second win tonight.
Great looks on PSS, coming in for the third party at the right time, Jamerson. Even though they were kind of putting themselves in a sandwich position, they also recognized when the circle was going to close, and they knew even though that squad was right to their backs, they had the low ground, and they still were winning in that team fight, so it didn't matter. They're able to shift that focus rather quickly, and the circle did its damage at the very end. Team PSS, they also had so much KP, and taking another game tonight may put them up in the leaderboards and take that first place spot after we tally up the score.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E here for Rice Krispies Week right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name's Lightstar Joe, and I'm about to try the homestyle Rice Krispies treat. It's really good. With the marshmallow chunks in it, it's perfect. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name's Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue wavy and
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue wavy and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
PSS with their second victory today. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 4 all set there. And we're going to have a very interesting look at our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Vicky and Jamerson here in a little bit. But let's check out our player of the game here for PSS. And it's going to go over to Sleepy Panda. 5 kills and an assist, as well as just over 1,200 damage for Sleepy Panda in that game. And that's a great performance from PSS. And I'm very curious to see how that shakes up the standings. It was really looking like a great game there for Team Pop-Tarts. We were getting a good look at Lion sitting on the high ground with the Kraber, able to get a great shot off there with the last round. And sadly, they were able to push onto the tracks, but aren't able to win the fight. And even Team Intel there in the circle late aren't able to get a victory as PSS pulls through. And I'm just very excited. We got 2 more games left tonight to decide who is going to be our winner of Rice Krispies Treats Week Open Night. And then, of course, we have Pro Night action tomorrow, so another 6 games tomorrow night, but the teams are all pushing for the win here right now. We have Team Pop-Tarts and Team Pringles winning games in the first 3, and PSS picking up the other 2, so that's going to shake things up a bit. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to grab some Esports Arena drip, maybe you want to rock an arcade tee jersey like I'm wearing here today, or grab some joggers, maybe a t-shirt or 2, head over to shop.esportsarena.com, and I got a little inside info for you. If you use code RKT15 at checkout, you can get 15% off your order all this week. That's RKT15 for Rice Krispies Treats Week. Don't tell them I told you that. But head over to shop.esportsarena.com to grab your Esports Arena swag. I'm going to go take a break, get a drink, and get ready for game number 5. When we come back, Jamerson and Vicky Kitty will get you guys ready.
What's up? My name is Nemasona, and I'm about to try the original Rice Krispies flavor. Right there. So good. So marshmallowy, it's got that little bit of crunch. Oh, this is the best snack by far. Love it. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks for the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemasona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, where just before the break, we were seeing PSS returning for another win in game number 4. And so, with those 2 victories, have they done enough to take away that first place position from Team Pop-Tarts? Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where we stand. And PSS are surprisingly still about 17 points off from Team Pop-Tarts. So Team Pop-Tarts is still keeping up pace. It's not, it hasn't been another 29-point game for them, but across the 3 games after that, they're maintaining consistency. They're continuing to put on points, and they're making it hard, and every other team is struggling to catch up.
And that's what I was noting when I was looking at Team Pop-Tarts. If they could carry that momentum from the first game into the rest of the night, then they are basically set after basically putting themselves in the lead with 29 points just after that one game alone. But look at that difference, 64 and 47, when PSS had won 2 different games. And that's all because I believe Team Pop-Tarts has gotten 4th in those 2 games that they had not won. So just as you mentioned, Jamerson, Pop-Tarts are just remaining consistent every single one of these games going through.
Yeah. Other than their win and those 3 games afterwards, they've been averaging about 11, 12 points per game. And so that is just, of course, key to consistency. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of game number 4. It was a little bit delayed, but basically what I said was going to happen to Team Pop-Tarts and to RCO did ultimately happen. When the final ring began closing, they were the first forced out of their positions. They were the ones that had to drop down, use all of their cooldowns. You can see the bubbles, the defensive bombardments. This creates the window for both Team Intel and PSS to take advantage. And it looked like it was just a delayed tick from that thermite that connected onto Lion that just kind of spelled defeat for Team Pop-Tarts. Before everything ends here, though, this is about consistency. Team Pop-Tarts securing 3rd place, along with the 2 additional kill points at the end, I believe. There we go. Yeah, Mooney finishes off Nando for that. So those are crucial points. That's going to be an additional 4 points that they got in this round because of the decision to secure 3rd place for themselves.
That was super crucial because that's that extra KP that they needed in that moment. Even though you saw that Lion was the first to go down, unfortunately, because of that thermite just being able to land, as he was still trying to dance around the shield. But it was Pop-Tarts that had put themselves on top of that railroad, and it was kind of a green light for the remaining other 3 squads. So, all right, the other 2 squads that weren't in this fight to just fully send it here. And that is actually why you saw PSS take over Pop-Tarts' position originally and go in for the 3rd party right behind them. It was just the right time and the right place for PSS to interfere, and then they were able to get some extra KP for themselves.
Yeah, PSS really making the argument that they belong once again in Series E. Remember, these are players that were in Series E before, and I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the season if they make it through the qualifiers and they play for the final 5 spots in Season 4 of Series E. But here we go. We're heading into Game 5 now of the evening, so let's head right into World's Edge. 2 more games left to go. Pop-Tarts have been doing an amazing job, but now PSS, you know, maybe it's the even number game kind of advantage that they get, because they won game 2, they won game 4. Game number 5, we'll see if they can break the curse there on the odd number games as we join back on board with them. You're seeing Sung, of course, taking that split, going over towards No Name, and it doesn't seem like he actually dropped onto the beacon unless... Yeah, okay, it looks like he is going to double back for it and pick up that ring information for us in just a moment.
Yeah, actually just opting to get some loot first, at least. Get a gun going in, but a little risky sometimes when you want to get just that beacon scan. But that's something to note for PSS, that they're here in No Name, and there's still a squad actually by Fragment, of course, and another squad in Fragment West. So that's something that PSS could take note of as they go for maybe a slower rotation towards Climatizer, that there's 2 other squads that are going to meet them there.
Yeah, this one's going up towards Epicenter. Basically, you know, you're looking for that beacon building just next to the res. A lot of teams are going to try and focus that position there. Also playing out of the train tracks coming out from Skyhook as well. So those are going to be the power positions. Rice Krispie Treats, though, on board with them down here. They're going to have one of the latest rotations to make it up there, and they're going to have a lot of people in the way. Currently, though, Team Cheez-It in a fight over here by launch site. They've already gotten the first knock onto Shark Sama, and we'll see if they can finish off this team. They desperately need the damage as well. As you can see, Finicky and Mollis are both sitting on white Evo shields for themselves. They do secure that thirst and that KP, and Hapu-san goes to the peak, but he had nothing else behind it there, getting taken out. And so this is crucial damage coming in from Mollis, 18 damage off from getting himself a blue Evo shield.
Unfortunately, also not having the loot that maybe they would have wanted before fighting off against Cheez-It. But now as Team Cheez-It, they've taken control over this part of the map. They could start rotating to get even better loot, as Mullis still has that white Evo shield and has no attachments for their R9 minus that white stock.
There we go. Free upgrade, even though they were just 18 damage off. But you take those wins as they're going to continue their looting path. And it does seem like because of the presence of that squad, they weren't able to go for this full split here, get all of launch site, and then start moving. So they're going to be extremely delayed on this rotate. There's a minute to go, and they're not even done looting out the south side of this drop, as Nestle are now moving through Landslide. They've got a team ahead of them here, or a team behind them, excuse me. They already look great. They've got the 2 purples along with the blue on. Gibby, Malice, Mamba misses that slide jump onto that high ground position. But hey, the team is running away, and now they're giving chase outside of that Seer ult, pushing into that vault tunnel now. You gotta be careful in how aggressive they try to push this, but Malice Mamba feels very confident. He's on that caustic. He's 10% away from getting the Nox gas grenade, but they're gonna go ahead and give up the chase here. That's your cue, just forcing them back. They don't need to over aggress onto this now.
Especially since they have the Valkyrie too on their team. We were talking a little bit about this composition earlier, but with this composition, they could try to help prioritize not just beacons, but circle rotation, and they have the caustic, so that way they could lock down a building rather early on. They see somebody far up ahead. It's going to be a Gibby squad, and with the caustic trap, they could use that as a makeshift shield. Just gonna be able to hold back a little bit, but this is also a really tricky spot because you're basically in a lighthouse at the very high ground, letting everybody know where you are currently at, and the G7 does not have the best sight right now to deal with these long-range fights. Meanwhile, Team Pop-Tarts, they're the ones with a 2x4, and they also have this high ground position.
Yeah, early bubble out, but that squad will be able to make it onto the low. Mooney wants to give chase, though, and especially for a squad that's on this rotation path, becomes extremely vulnerable. You see another squad has shown up, and so now it's just a race to see who can get these kills. Pop-Tarts really want this badly as the port is coming out from that Wraith. It's on the low, and they know where the other two members are, holding that angle for the time being. Dank wants to get aggressive, but you can see he is second-guessing it now. That port has been finished off, and so that team won't be able to get out of dodge here as Dank is still on their heels. He wants to get these early kill points. Pop-Tarts understands that PSS have been popping off, and they need to remain active. They need to get these early kill points for themselves. That Gibraltar stuck out in the open by himself now. He's getting tagged up. He's only got the white Evo. Luckily for him, he'll be able to throw down that bubble, top off, and Pop-Tarts is still playing this extremely cautiously, but there it is. A knock onto Aj, and it was Applejacks that are rotating through. Will they be able to save him? They've already used the portal. Lion secures the thirst.
They need to there too, especially with the geyser being right behind them in that moment. They're not going to overextend here. They know the situation. They just rather play position as the circle is closing in, and they can just end up circle keeping if necessary. But it is round one circle, so taking some damage isn't so terrible as it just basically tickles you at this point.
If they want to, they can play around this beacon, but right now it does seem like Applejacks ran into Cheez-It, who were, like I said, really late on their rotate, and so Applejacks now just down to one. Team Cheez-It now with the double purples along with the blue, making their way through Lava Siphon here, just slow playing this one, trying to find the last member of Applejacks. Now, Cheez-It, they've been able to find fights, and they've been able to win them. It's just about getting to the late game. We'll see if maybe playing on the edge here is going to be the keys to the success for Cheez-It moving forward now.
Maybe it looks like they're still trying to find the last member, or if they've already cleaned things up. Now you currently have WPH having this fight over to the side. The bombardment's out, but it's going to be the Crypto that floss their shield first. Look at them giving up this high ground. They're fully stunning it. He gets the stick with the Arc Star, and as he drifts back, is it going to be enough? It's not. The Eva 8 with a purple barrel is definitely going to have that hit fire, and rather that rate of fire to be able to do enough of that damage. ASE are going to come out on top, and they're also going to have some loot while they're at it too.
Yeah, the full send coming out from ASC. Splash, though, as they are making their play for this building. This is where I thought this was going to end. You can see why teams are prioritizing, and now Nox gas grenade in the hands of Malice Mamba opts to just go ahead and put the barrel down so they cannot open that door. At any point that they step off of it, he's going to be able to sneak one in, changing angles, but they have covered both doors for this building, and so Malice Mamba is just going to make sure he locks up shop and getting that knocked gas grenade ready just in case, but they turn on turns and he's dropped down low. No. Arcstar takes out the shield of Malice Mamba, and now they're getting flanked here. Nestle Splash getting punished. Malice Mamba just sits in the gas and somehow gets that bet off. Gibby's still alive as well, but how much longer can they survive? For Team Pringles are the ones that show up for the early third party onto this one. Surprising push out from them, but it does end up working out now. They just need to pick apart the remnants of these squads.
Remember, we noted how many teams were landed by Fragment and Epi. Now you have to imagine a lot of these teams hearing this are going to start rotating here, but wow, the amount of spaghetti that we just saw flung everywhere inside that building between the Caustic missing by the bridge of the doorway and just now finding them safely inside the building. That was a miracle. Now Team Pringles are underneath this building and there's still another squad trying to find a way to rotate here, but neither of these squads by the building are trying to overextend, with the Caustic having to swap spots here with Team Pringles and now is able to get set up with the traps.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. They will slowly choke out this squad. Getting rid of the cooldowns on that Caustic, making sure that those barrels just get tagged. Eventually, they will run out, despite the buffs that the cooldown did receive. Eventually, you will run out of those barrels if you are not on top of your cooldown management here, as Team Pringles, they know how scary this situation were. They were the ones that came in for the third party beforehand. You can see how wary they are. There's another squad on the other side of the train tracks, and so they know that this push, it has to happen very quickly. It has to happen cleanly. They cannot lose out on anyone. I go for the quick armor swaps as well, as Depressley's going to top off, and they should have another go at things. Boney getting tickled by a charge rifle at range, but you can see now with the barrels slowly running out that they have to run this point defense. RKT though over here at Skyhook, it's only Clinical left for his squad. Gordo will pick that up. ASE having a pretty big game number 5 right now. Before zone 2 even starts closing, they have about 5 or 6 kill points. Psycho almost caught in that bag, but the nades are there from Gordo to slow things down as Psycho tries to go for the heal, but Lan is by himself on the first floor. He goes down and Psycho's the only one up now. He drops in with the Beast of the Hunt, with the EVA 8, has only about 20 HP. Z proficiency will finish him off for FKP. Back on board with Team Pringles as they're again trying to make their entry into this building.
It's insane how this fight has been going on for so long, Jamerson. They still have that squad that's poking with a charge rifle, now seeming like they're poking with the G7 from afar, or it could be another squad, but remember, that other squad that we just saw was in Skyhook. That's where that fight went down, and now the squads are rotating here. They want to know where all the action is. Why didn't they get their party invite for the 4th party? Here come Lord, just trying to find an angle here, but with the Caustic having control over the building and already getting set up with the traps, it's going to be difficult for any of these squads to try to boot them out of here, and it may be time for Team Pringles to count their blessings and maybe back off and just see where that squad's going to rotate if they really are that hungry.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of people are wondering, why can't you just push the 2v3 with the bubble? The thing is, you just have to be on point with the placement of the bubble, but the Caustic that's inside the house right now has been doing a good job of the placement of his barrels. Right, you can cut off the LOS of the barrels, and so that the gas doesn't affect you. But he's been placing it right at the door, so it's not a free entry for Team Pringles. So he's been a complete nuisance for them. He has to be running out. They have to be getting that cooldown gone, unless he has a gold helmet that might be, kind of messing up their timings on this push. And the longer and longer this takes, more teams are going to show up. Team Pringles need to do something desperate here.
That's actually super crucial to note. Yeah, if there is a gold helmet involved too, can't ignore those Caustic gas traps, especially after those buffs. We've seen what happens before, and there's a potential crate that's gonna land right outside that building. But you have to imagine that this Caustic squad, they're not gonna be giving this up. Here come the double dome though to potentially fight for this crate as the package drops down. Lord, they're going to be holding the off angle so that way they can at least have that in their line of sight, but they're still not getting much done here because they're not trying to overextend. They want to hold this position as they probably have checked out their backs to see if there's any other rotating squads into circle.
Yeah, so we have bench warmers on the other side of the tracks, and so that was why Team Pringles kind of called it there and just backed away from trying to gain control of that of that building. Despite it just being a duo, they gave up on that chase. They're going to play the north side choke, I believe. Right now, Team Lord, they're keeping eyes on teams moving through landslide, moving through countdown. Right now, they have to make sure that their backs are clear, as we still have a lot of teams late rotating in and taking position inside that sniper post for now. He's got the 3x on the G7 Scout, so some random can challenge for that as we join on board with Team Intel here at Frag West. Another Caustic squad slowly creeping their way up this building to take roof control.
Seeing a habit here, Jamerson, when it comes to these caustic squads, and the Seer 2 coming in with the ult as they are holding on to this building that has that zipline that leads them right into the action that we were just watching from Team Pringles. Also, something to note here with the Seer Tactical, they're going to know some of the shields that Verholst does have, the purple Evo. And they're just going to hold this position. Again, just caustic for caustic. They know that they're on the roof, but they're not going to give up this ground just yet. It looks like there's still a corner that's in circle before just trying to find an opening here. Rolls does have the Beast of the Hunt, and this could be the opportunity to start the entry frag for the rest of the team.
Oh, he's going to go for the peak, but there's a jump pad on either entrance, but Skittlecakes gets the knock onto Holiday. Here comes the nade spam now, and Verholst is going to climb up on the side of the building to take the roof now. Skittlecakes took a lot of damage, but he was just a distraction for Verholst here. 2 down on the RCO side. Where is that final member? There's a scan. There's going to be the Thirst as well, and they should be able to get Skittlecakes up safely. And now they jump back on in as that defensive bombardment goes down. Skittlecakes is on the low, though, and they just need to drop down onto the first floor. And there's the last member of RCO who is trying to secure that Thirst, but will not be able to get it. And now Team Intel, full control over this building. Zone will be closing in on them very shortly here. That's just a HUD bug. So don't worry about that. They're going to be safe. Team Intel, what a great entry coming out from them. Here's Applejacks, though, as they're trying to move up. We saw just before this, Team Lord were the ones that are trying to gatekeep here, but the Applejacks squad have a nice position to play off of, but there's another team showing up from inside that tunnel, so they're getting pinched here. If Lord see the knocks, they're going to come in for the third party. PSX actually getting involved in that fight up against Team Intel, too.
It's actually surprising here that the squad gatekeeping off to the left hasn't been interrupted by Team Pringles that were still by that building, unless Team Pringles had just lost that a fight that they were trying to send it forward. Here comes the portal moves, though, as Team Applejacks, they're going to be the ones to go into the tunnel themselves. They heard the fighting, and now they're not going to waste any opportunity. This squad that wanted to sandwich them now has ended up getting sandwiched, and here comes the revenge. Applejacks wanting every bit of that KP that they could find, and now with the other squad also being low from this fight, they could potentially just be the cleanup squad for this fight. Only one left remaining here, or two rather, as they do hold, or no, it is one. They are holding that building. Is it gonna be enough here? AJ gets the first down, and they are gonna be able to clean that fight up with another squad actually shooting at them from afar. Applejacks are gonna be able to heal up in time, and they also have a nice hefty amount of loot to also work with, and a minute on the clock for them to make their rotation into circle.
Great recovery, but now this is where things get a little bit dicey. Team Pop-Tarts are going to be playing here on the south side of the map. Lords try to push them early on, but Pop-Tarts doing some great damage there with that R301 as now they push forward off this knock. Trying to punish this squad. Lords backing away with the jump pad, though, but they secure this kill onto some random. Team Intel actually came in basically with a third party there from range, playing out of Frag West right now. And so with Team Lords punished and damaged, will they be able to hold this gatekeeping position now? We're going to have Pop-Tarts along with Applejacks funneling their way here on the southwest side. This is a very dangerous proposition for either squad, as Mooney trying to get that Beast in the Hunt in time. He will not have it for this ring, unfortunately, unless he gets himself another one. Team Intel trying their best to recover here, but oh no, Dupe goes down. Verholst is the only remaining member as Pop-Tarts looking to clean things up, and they should be able to do it without too much trouble ultimately, and then there we go, Verholst goes down. Team Pop-Tarts remaining consistent again, finding action in the early game, finding kill points in the early game. Like we said, they were averaging about 11, 12 points per game after their first game win, and that's typically the kind of average you see out of winning squads, so they're still keeping up pace. We have reached the top 8.
Yeah, this is a squad that has consistently gotten top 4 all throughout the night, I believe. So, looking at the way they've been performing, no surprise, and they even were able to secure some last-minute KP before making their last-minute rotation, but oh, Mamba couldn't get away! The fact that they're still alive and we're still holding on to that building is insane. 6 other squads to them left, and now with the fight happening right in their backyard, it's Rockstar who's lost AIDS first. Just trying to get out of this situation with the circle closing in. That's so much circle damage. McGrady needs to move in. He's not used to this just yet. He was hugging the wall, and now he's a sitting duck in open ground. I don't know how, but he managed to get away, and now he's going to be able to hug this rock for some cover. this Seer Tactical is going to reveal the fact that he's alone and how much health he has left. So that's going to be something that this squad may want to try to take full expansion on, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get that last minute KP.
PSS find themselves in another top 5, and so they're breaking the odd number game curse so far. Will this be a third win from them? They're in excellent position for it. Double purples along with a red Evo shield. Applejacks, though, holding position. Benchwarmers on the other side of the tracks here. You can see all the loot there on the ground. I can't believe, though, that Malice Mamba and Gibby were able to just 2v3 up against Pringles. Nice knock coming out from... I can't quite tell who that is, but the bubble res, that's a crucial one, forcing out that purple early on. They're actually getting pushed off of this. RKT pushing out. Applejack's now up against the rope as Malice Mamba does get taken out by that PK. Nash has not been able to recover. It does look like that gold bag res was enough, though. Phoenix Kit getting popped now. Pop-Tarts getting involved in the third party as PSS as well will be able to get a knock onto one of the Applejacks members. Pop-Tarts with their bubble going to take the time to reset here as the bats go out for Dank and the cells. Mooney needs to swap out for this to recover again. And oh no, things are bad. PSS losing out on one, losing out on a second as well. Mooney's the only one alive. And Applejacks on holding their ground here. How much longer can they survive for? Kupski's the only one alive. He popped that cube, was able to sneak his way in behind that knockdown shield. Tries to go for the cheeky peek with that massive, but he will get finished off. PSS for recovering here now, looking to close things out. It's the final 4 squads remaining. It's a 3v3v1v1. If I've done my math correctly, never mind now. With Mooney going down, it's going to be PSS versus Benchwarmers. They lost out on Stomps. There's one more person up top, the Caustic Barrels, proving to be very effective. But now Benchwarmers with the finishing blow, pushing up. You might want to go ahead and secure the kills here instead as they try to get that last KP on the knocked member. Benchwarmers will be able to get the win here, stopping PSS, but PSS did the damage here in the late game, and it might have been enough to take away the first place position from Team Pop-Tarts.
Can we talk about NotQD with those Kraber shots happening on the feet? He got like 3 downs with the Kraber. It was actually insane. And they were in such a great place, Jamerson, to be able to get those knocks from afar without getting into the action too early. Almost as if they were taking notes from what had gone down in Game 4. Now with Benchwarmers taking that game, we're going to be going over to a break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, there's still another game on our hands.
All right, so we got 2 teams left. We got one on the right, one on the left. Let's go for the team on the left. Go for the team on the left. I cracked the Bloodhound. One shot on the Gibby. One shot on the Gibby. Wraith cracked. Wraith cracked. Wraith cracked. All right, we got this team on the right focusing us. I got this here. Got this here. Horizon's one shot. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
back, folks. Yeso here once again, and game number 5 is going to go to bench warmers. They were on the wrong side of the leaderboard compared to what we are used to, but that win is certainly going to help them climb up the standings tonight, though they would have to have what would likely be a record-setting Game 6 if they want to grab a first place spot here this week, but still a good win there, and we'll have to see if they can carry it into the final game of the day. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 5, and it's going to go to Noct. You saw, if you were watching the kill feed, he was doing work with the Craver. Vicky Kitty was talking about it at the end of the game, and that helped set up the squad for that late push to take the victory. And I'm Madness with a little bit of living up to his name, running in and trying to thirst that player that was knocked when there were 2 players right in front of him that were alive, but it works out. The bench warmer squad able to come through and grab the win. 3 kills there for Noct, almost 900 damage for him. One of the quieter games from the bench warmers in terms of how active they were going into a victory, but they get to the late circle, they get the kills that they need, and they grab 12 placement points from that. So big win for bench warmers, and now we'll just have to see how things shake out with the final game. Pop-Tart's going to be feeling good. They should still be sitting with a considerable lead at the top of the standings, but how close is that going to be? And is anybody going to be able to unseat them from that top spot here tonight? I do want to remind you guys one more time here tonight, we've got that giveaway going on, an awesome Rice Krispies Treats pack with brand new Razer keyboard. It's that brand new Razer Black Widow V3 Mini Hyperspeed. So if you want to get that awesome keyboard and a big swag pack of RKT stuff, make sure to hit !giveaway in chat right now. That's going to do it for me here after game 5. I'll be back at the end of game 6. Let's head to a quick break.
Guys, there's a team height and a team low ground. They're going to have to drop on each other. The team height's going to have to drop on the guys below. You have to wait for them. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. All right, they're trading. Push. Get up. I'm bubbling forward. Last squad. One down. Shoot the other two. They're low. Let's go. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name is Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Got a little scary there for bench warmers in game number 5 when they try to secure the KP on the ground before finishing the game, but they finish it out strong and they take the win in game number 5. Did they do enough though to put themselves in the running though for top 2? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand now. They are at 35 points, and PSS seems like they're just out of range for them. It looks like it will be basically a 2-horse race for first place between Team Pop-Tarts and PSS. Pop-Tarts again remaining consistent across the last 4 games of still putting on points over, about 11 points per game averaging since their first game win.
Which is amazing, too, to remain that consistent on board. And Team PSS, they're slowly clawing their way and closing in this gap. This last game is going to be really close between Team Pop-Tarts and PSS.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, as it was such a huge scramble here. the only player remaining. Ultimately, Applejacks did a lot of damage. They got a lot of knocks. Rice Krispie Treats weren't out of it quite yet, but you can see how bruised and battered they were. Pop-Tarts coming in for the third party, and we got to look at, I believe, Kubski just trying his best to rat this one out. You can see Team Pop-Tarts picking them apart, but Team Pop-Tarts coming in for the third party took a lot of damage themselves.
Yeah, again, you constantly see Team Pop-Tarts putting themselves in this position where I believe this time around they actually fell in 5th place rather than the consistent 4th that they've been sitting in a lot. Meanwhile, Applejacks, you currently see that Cub was hiding behind these knockdown shields before they were able to call them out at the very end before putting in a chunk of damage themselves. Like, that was way too difficult. Well, it should have been a lot quicker than it looked in that situation. Using those knockdown shields as an actual makeshift cover was great, but the fact that this team was underneath this building for so long is what kind of set them up for failure, because then of course you had bench warmers from afar that had a lot more of those wider angles with those snipers. You saw that Knocked actually was able to get a lot of those Kraber shots in, even looking at 3 downs with the Kraber from afar, and when we saw all this chaos happening in this tiny building.
Yeah, and I think one of the surprising things to note was that somehow, well, not somehow, Team Pringles ended up giving away one of the stronger positions in the game. They played for this hotly contested building here, while the entire time we had benchwarmers who were on the train tracks on the other side. That was the winning spot. And benchwarmers were doing a great job themselves of keeping teams away, right? Especially when you have Knocked, when you have Rambo, when you have Madness just laying into everyone around you, making sure that everyone gives your position a wide berth. Team Pringles could have done a very similar job as well, especially seeing as how they have that early rotation coming up from Epicenter. Taking a look at the cumulative leaderboard here for Season 3, as you can see, Pop-Tarts now are starting to build a very comfortable lead. They've been growing it all night long, and basically the points that they got tonight, that's what's accounting for the lead that they have here on the bubble in that 4th place position, but they're slowly closing the gap with Team Razor as well.
Yeah, look at that. Team Razor is still 497 with Team Pop-Tarts popping off tonight. I mean, just the way that they've been able to play so consistently has been insane, and that's why they're in that 1st place spot right now. So it depends on how Team PSS is going to be able to contend against Team Pop-Tarts, whether Team Pop-Tarts could at least continuously fill up that gap where they're going to be still sitting in that top 4 spot, or are they going to get themselves closer to try to overthrow Team Razor?
Here we go, heading into the final game of the evening. Remember, Benchwarmers got the win in game number 5, but at this point, it was a little bit too late. It's a 2-horse race between Pop-Tarts and PSS to see who's going to walk away with the $350 tonight. This time around, we've got a Lava Siphon Circle. There's an opportunity. This can still go down to the south, so those positions at launch site are still going to be extremely important. We'll see if there's any early game action. Doesn't quite seem like it. We only have 18 squads in this game. So this is why Benchwarmers had that position early on. So they're over at Frag West. So they do actually beat out Pringles in priority. That's why priorities ran away. Or excuse me, Pringles ran away. But here's Cheez-It once again with this 50-50 down here at launch site, getting the first 2 knocks. And so now there's only 1 player remaining, running straight into Mollis here. They'll be able to finish him off. So that's going to be another 3 kill points going over to Cheez-It.
Some early KP for Cheez-It, and to take some control here in this part of the map while they do loot towards Circle. A lot of Southern Circles this night, Jamerson. So they also don't have the beacon, it looks like, right behind them, but they may want to go in for a rotation for that next beacon so that way they know where to go next.
Yeah, they might have it over at Treeside. Maybe there's one over at Lava Siphon or even at Dome. They have their options here. Unfortunate for them, they're still sitting on the white Evo shields, and again, slowing down their rotates, most importantly, because they have to stick together as a full 3, so they can't go for the split. And so now Mollis is finally looting up the south side of launch site. Over here by Tree, though, Rice Krispie Treats do have their beacon. They've got the pings down for the position that they want to play off of. As you can see, they'll be able to finish off their looting. And minute 30, that's typically the rotation timing that you're trying to hit.
Looking pretty good on loot, looking at Clinical, who has that purple Evo. It's looking like our KT may want to get some more ammunition, but very similarly, there is that squad that we just were looking at that's over to their right. So while they make these rotations, they have to be wary because that squad could meet them up looking in that northeastern side.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye on the thermal station side just in case for those late rotates. It does seem like maybe they want to just stick around here in tree to camp that beacon instead, because this is still one of those zones that is a bit ambiguous. So it does look like they'll try and post up there and just play edge for now, play a little bit safe here for Rice Krispie Treats, as Clinical will push up for his squad. He'll have that queue just in case, but it should be relatively safe. The thermal station's rotation comes out relatively slow, and typically it's around the time the ring starts closing that thermal will begin moving. So right now, Clinical holding down that high ground spot for his squad, making sure that they have full control over this beacon.
Actually looking to see if anybody could be rotating in this direction, but with them knowing that they have the edge of circle in their control, they're going to be able to start rotating and overlook thermal station to see if any of the other squads are thinking about rotating here too. And RKT, they need this because they need better armor here since only one of them have purple. Talking about armors though, it's going to be Team Lords that have 2 blue evos. They are able to get into a better position on this high ground, but you have to be careful as he wanted to get up on top of the bunker here. He gets beamed at and he can't even get into that position. So that was really good suppressed fire and pressuring them to drop down into the low ground.
He was struggling with his nest, but here's Team Rockstar fighting a fight just outside of Thermal Station on top of Hot Springs. Now 2 quick kills, and that's going to be 3 quick kills for Rockstar. They'll have the armor swaps to swap quickly for the reset now, but here's RKT. That Thermal Station rotation finally coming out, but Clinical's already been cracked, and now it's only the White Evo Shields to challenge. They do have the early bubble, though, and Nomusona is going to go ahead and push in. Misses his first PK shots, but slides on through. Misses the next one. Finally hits for Flesh, but he goes down. And now things are looking so bad for RKT here, as they're just completely split up. You can see Salinono was completely far off. Thermite's coming in. Is it going to be enough to try and put a stop to this team? He does get a crack at the very least, and he's going to use up all the nades on the map, essentially. There's going to be no more after this fight.
That was insane. He doesn't have any more grenades to actually put on some pressure, and that was really unfortunate because now they're going to be able to quickly heal up. That's basically what they're saying, and now they have a shield swap too on Clinical's box. So despite that, though, you still have Salinono just constantly putting in more pressure. He's not giving this up just yet. Nemusona is still alive, even though he's crawling back towards Sally.
Yeah, he's got one more knuckle cluster, but this is basically over for them. RKT are just going to go ahead and call it. I'm surprised they pushed out so far for this. Wanted to see them hold that choke the entire time. Instead, now he's going to be forced to rat this one out. FKP, though, in a fight here on the Harvester side. Choke on the northern end. You've got the crack early on and the knock onto Young. Pop-Tart now, Fat Fruit Ninja advancing with the rest of his squad, setting up the flank on the left-hand side, but the team has backed away from that defensive bombardment as FKP continue to barrel into them. And they're not going to be able to recover that squad. They're going to get thirsty off these kills, and here they go. Fat Fruit Ninja with the port out to try and catch them. That ports down to the low just in case he gets pushed by this Bloodhound. He cracks him, does enough damage, and they get the knock onto Drez. They'll be able to finish this off shortly.
And that was a good attempt from Drez to at least give some suppressed fire, but at that moment, the moment that Drez had to give up the LOS cover of the vehicle, that was it. They were going to put themselves on open ground, and FKP were able to finish that up. Now it's Intel that are in some trouble here. Dupe taking a lot of damage, losing that purple Evo. Does have the bombardment, but it's somebody else that actually shooting at them from behind. Team Intel may need to reposition here, but 2 of them get sent out back towards the lobby, basically. If Skittle Cakes doesn't manage to get away from this on time, his traps are finding somebody. That's some intel that they know that there's a squad over to the building on the right, but there's just too much action happening. It's forcing Skittle Cakes to back off and reassess the situation with 2 squads on each side of Team Intel.
You're seeing the priority position that teams are trying to take. Benchwarmers fighting for this one. They did lose out on Rambo. Now it becomes very difficult to try and get him back into it. It's so late in this ring to try and just plug him in. They do have Madness, though, who is on that rate. So they've secured the banner at the very least. Maybe they get a respawn beacon from a mobile respawn beacon from the replicator. We'll see if they can recover him. Rambo is going to be crucial for defense here on the south, or excuse me, the north side of launch site. Does look like they do have that respawn beacon still there on the south side, so they will be able to plug him in and get him ported back. Just worry about these rotations that might come late from tree, that might come late from dome as well.
And that's why they're going to set up this port right here. Once they res Rambo, that port is going to be there so Rambo could get right back to the team once they could loot as much as they can, if there is any loot for Rambo to actually go to. Not too sure where Rambo's box is, but with a lot of the action happening here, Team Pringles, they're finding themselves in a bit of a pickle. Looking at the side of Geyser, taking the high ground here. They're going to be able to utilize this dome for some extra cover. Fury taking a lot of that damage, fighting that low to high ground fight, and he gets beamed in the head. Team Pringles only have the Presley left. Trying to use the knockdown shield. Is it going to be enough? Oh, he was one! No, he wasn't that one, but a single good headshot of the wingman could have just been the nail in the coffin for Sleepy Panda. That was so close.
Yeah, and he did have the blue helmet, so it's very close to whether or not he would have gone down. Presley with the wing, just connecting with those shots, made it super close. The PSS now, you know that they need to catch up in a big way, and here we go, Kubsky ratting this one out early on for Team Applejacks. We're already down to 13 squads. We did start this game, I believe, with 18, so that's 5 teams that died early, and so we'll see how long Kubsky can survive. Remember, all of these points, they're crucial. You will rat this out with the greatest of effort, with maximum effort, because of the cumulative leaderboard.
That's what's really important here, especially for these sponsored teams. Currently see Cub just trying to play end circle. Cub being the only one in that next circle, mind you. A lot of these squads are going to be fighting in the Lava Siphon, as you can see here. And it sounds like a longbow. Yep, it's going to be a long-range fight here coming in from Nestle Splash. Just trying to stop this rotation from this squad, as now they're going to be the ones to try to gatekeep. Or actually, they're going to have to be the ones to start moving in soon, as the circle is going to be closing in 50 seconds.
Yeah, height was given up, so that gives Nestle all the ground to work with here. That team just retreating into the building for now. Most importantly, though, it's about securing this choke for themselves. This will allow them to rotate into launch site and avoid a lot of the fighting that will be taking place over at Lava Siphon. But the issue is that they don't know that benchwarmers are on the other side of this choke, so that's going to be a scary fight to try and take up against Noct and Rambo close range. But they do have the utility. They've got the barrels of Malice Mamba, who was doing a great job on the caustic in the game just beforehand for Nestle Splash. Now Gibby here as well. He's got the defensive bombardment. We'll see how much ground that benchwarmers are holding, but you can see already the sniper shots ringing out from the benchwarmers as they're making sure that their back is completely clear for this ring.
I'm wondering here, it's looking like as Team Nestle Splash are looking up, maybe they're thinking about taking the Valkyrie out of the situation here. Meanwhile, it's going to be Team Razor not only taking this position, but they're going to have a great view over the squads that are fighting over at Siphon, while also going to be able to control their backs here and that choke point closer to Geyser. The fight going down over to the side, the Eva 8 from just Gibby. He gets melted from his shield, but it's fine. He can shield up real quickly here, and Nestle Splash coming out on top with some KP in their pocket.
I'm not entirely too sure what happened, but it seemed like it was the benchwarmers that got aggressive on Nestle. Remember, the benchwarmers were holding the office on the north side, not this one. And so they got a little bit over aggressive and, you know, they challenged the tanks and got punished for it. So benchwarmers, fresh off their win, are now out in top 13. Nestle Splash securing an incredibly strong position for themselves. They can basically slowly leapfrog forward with that caustic, gaining control over building as they make their way through launch site. Here's Team Intel, though, in a big spot of trouble. PSS are on top of them. Dupe is the first one to fall, and Verholz holding the off angle as Skittlecakes gets completely pushed by Sung. And oh boy, he's the only one alive. Team Intel go down. PSS are closing the gap between them and Team Pop-Tarts now, but RCO here to punish them. Sleepy Panda instantly thirsted by RCO.
That's huge here. Without Sleepy Panda, this could put a dent to PSS's plans, but look at their KP. They had so much KP already, and there's still 10 other squads left for them to take. So with Team Razor now having this high ground position, this is what they jump at it here for, and now they're going to be able to take this backside of where that fight was originally happening, so that way they were able to get that third party, try to get some KP. Doesn't look like Baby Thule got much done, but at least does have that purple Evo shield and some of that extra attachments necessary that they were able to get from looting these boxes.
PSS are still alive. You can see Stomps there just outside of the tunnel. But will he have the opportunity to try and get a res? We have 3 beacons, respawn beacons that are still active within the ring right now. Actually 4. Maybe they find a mobile respawn beacon as well, but Team Razor are right on top of it. There's no opportunity, unfortunately, for PSS. So if you're Pop-Tarts, you're happy seeing this one. And, you know, we were talking about it at the beginning of the day, being able to play both assets of playing Edge and play Center Zone. Pop-Tarts dropping over at Lava Siphon. They didn't have to move very far whatsoever. They are still safe within this ring.
And they're still holding this positioning too. You can see Pepperroot Ninja just hanging out in the corner of that building, right on the other side, but most of the squads being on the complete opposite side of Siphon, closer to launch side, is going to be crucial, because then you still have more squads not just coming from launch side, but coming in from the dome, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Team Razor when they opted to go for those back-end rotations.
Now, Rockstar, you got RCO, and one more squad holding that backside of launch site. So yeah, it is going to be a large scramble there. Basically just fighting over those buildings right now. Team Razor doing a good job of keeping everyone in check. This entire corner is theirs and theirs alone here with the top 10 squads remaining. Hagulo took a bit of damage there, did get cracked and is going to be forced to bat, but they're safe. They've got a lot of loot boxes to work off of as well. The Valkyrie getting spotted out. Zara Tricky swapping off from that R301, playing in favor of that G7 Scout, and you can see why. So much damage at range, and he secures himself that red Evo for himself.
Oh, looks like another squad is going to be making their way over through the tunnel by the vault. That's low ground, though, and if that squad does see where Team Razor is currently positioned, I don't think that squad's going to want to try to contest, but they are still there, and that's going to be some pressure coming in from a charge rifle, which does a good chunk of damage if you are Team Razor who are trying to hold the front line.
G7 Scouts abound for everybody basically in this lobby, and honestly, it has been such a strong gun for an incredibly long time now. But here's Team Razor. Their position is out of the ring. It does pull away from them a bit. It's hard to see if there's any spots for them to play off of, as Zara Tricky will be able to finish off 2. So Razor slowly picking apart this lobby. Applejack's Kupski does get spotted out. He's finished off. Now we're down to 8 squads remaining. Hakulo maintaining this pressure onto the squad inside the tunnel right now, being challenged by a charge rifle of all things. A little bit annoying, but he really does want this red Evo, and he's slowly working his way on up. Just 10 more shots, he will be able to get that.
Yeah, eventually it will happen, right? As long as he just crawls his way through and finds this skirmish with the charge rifle. But that's also some intel for Razor, with Baby Thule being on this Bloodhound and getting that scam. That's some awareness to note that that's only one member from a squad that's down below by the bolts that is putting in that pressure with the charge rifle. Meanwhile, you still have Extra Tricky, who's still fighting this Valkyrie squad, being able to build up more Evo shields for the rest of the squad, as you saw Extra Tricky actually swapping from the red Evo to build up this next purple Evo.
Yeah, they do have the pings down. Zara is just slowly, of course, picking apart at teams. FKP dropped down onto the low, and they're doing this at a pretty decent time. 20 seconds left to go, forcing out that bubble along with the defensive bombardment now. FKP, they do have the high ground. Here's Fat Fruit Ninja going for the peak. Misses his first shots with those flatlines, but he should be able to beam from this angle with the 2x as well. But Z Proficiency gets challenged now, and he is forced to drop down, unfortunately, but he pulls out the PK just in time. Gets the knock and one last connect. It's Rockstar down there as McGravy gets taken out. Kimchi Lee will fall next, and now it's a 2v1 for Team Rockstar. Z Proficiency, though, will go ahead and secure these kills in just a moment, and Rockstar get taken out. There it is, as Aves gets finished off, but they need to move fast. They secure that banner, but they're not going to have a respawn beacon to play off of. Crispy Bacon, does he have a bubble for his squad as they move up. Doesn't seem like it. Z proficiency will fall. PSS stomps, picks that one up.
And that's what I was saying. Whenever you look at the Bloodhound, if the Bloodhound doesn't have Beast of the Hunt, there is no mobility in that instance. The only thing that could have helped was that dome here, Jamerson. And now you have FKP playing on this low ground. And there's still another squad that's going to meet them over to the other side by where that zip line is. Such a difficult position to be in, especially when you're sandwiched by these two scans.
Bubble, and his only saving grace is that RCO. See Pop-Tarts right below them. I believe that's RCO and Pop-Tarts. And so Crispy Bacon could look at third party this one. There's another duo right behind him. As he finished off that bat, he gets taken out, and it is going to be RCO up top trying to punish Team Pop-Tarts now. And they have the drop down. There's the knock once again onto Lion. RCO do not want to give away this position, do not want to give up the high ground. They'll be able to safely secure the thirst onto Pop-Tarts. And if you're PSS, you love seeing this. You've picked up a lot of kill points throughout this game. And now you just need to make sure that Pop-Tarts don't get any more placement points. 6 would be a great place to stop that at. But here comes a flank out. They got instantly turned around onto that one, taking out Jet Ski. That means it gives Pop-Tarts an opportunity, quite possibly. Never mind, they got finished off, and PSS are the ones that pick up those kills.
PSS now are the ones that are still in this game here. That's absolutely huge, as it was PSS versus Pop-Tarts for that first place spot of this open week. Currently RCO having this high ground position as they are forced to give it up shortly while they make their way over to the circle. You see Holiday also just utilizing, holding that tactical, or rather heartbeat sensor, looking down the aim down sights, just so that way they could see if anybody else is behind them and they don't find anybody, so they're going to start rotating over.
It should be Zera and Razor that are here on the eastern side. Splash controlling the south right now. You can see the barrels going down. Malice Mamba has to just to cover the flank as well, but the scan dissipating, he will position back to where he was beforehand, but he might have to turn around for this. You can see RCO making the push onto the rest of the members here. Defensive bombardment has been used by Gibby, but Malice might need to join in, throw in that Nox gas grenade. He cannot be cautious with it. He's gonna elect for that arc start instead, as turns, and it's cracked now. Does have the barrels getting popped, slowing down RCO for the time being. But he needs to reset some down. There's the first one, pre-pop these, just to create a defensive line for his squad. Nox gas grenade, but he's almost gotten cracked for it as he's getting shot up from Team Razor on the other side as well. RCO get the knock onto Gibby. Splash lose out on one more, and Turns is the only one still alive now for his squad. To rat this one out, Hackilo does spot out PSS. We'll see how much more damage PSS can do throughout all of this. Razor, though, smelling blood in the water, want to finish things off. And that's going to be Nestle out. It's the top 3 squads, but now it's all about who can survive into the late game. Razor trying their best, but they do get the win in the end of the day. Ultimately coming in for the third party. Big cleanup. Now the big question is, after game number 6, did PSS do enough throughout all of this, throughout game number 6, to put a stop to Team Pop-Tarts? We're going to take one last break before we check in with the leaderboard, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this.
Dude, just wait here. Last 2 teams are fighting, They're trading. Okay, let's queue up. Come on. I'm pushing in the bubble. There's 2 people here. One down. Other guy down. Last one's outside. Go for him. I'm going. He's cracked. He's one. Nice. Let's go, bro. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
If I could create the Lightstar Joe Rice Krispies treat, it would have to be a peanut butter drizzle on an original Rice Krispies treat, because the marshmallow and peanut butter together would just make the perfect combo. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name is Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
If I could create the clinical Rice Krispies treat, it would be cheesecake flavored Rice Krispies treat. And the reason why is because I personally love cheesecake, and a cheesecake and Rice Krispie put together, the crunch would just be so good. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
right, Team Razor coming out with the victory in the final game of the day, and that means we get game wins from all of our squads 2nd through 4th place. Pringles, Razor, and Pop-Tarts all getting wins on the day. We see 2 from PSS and 1 from Benchwarmers, and Jamerson was asking, did PSS do enough to catch up to Team Pop-Tarts? We'll find out when we check out our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to those 2 awesome casters. But let's check out our final player of the game here for open night Series E Rice Krispies Treats week, and it's going to be Zara Tricky. I was talking about him at halftime along with Dupe as one of the players that I feel is very underrated, a big contributor to his team, a big reason why they succeed when they do, and he grabs 3 kills and 1,500 damage in the final game of the day, and that's a big one from Team Razor. This is a squad that has had an up and down season, a rotating door of third players when Baby Thule has not been available, but they continue to rack up points, and another solid finish here tonight should help them try to close the gap with Team Pringles and Team Intel. They should still have the lead on the partnered standings, but we should check that one at the end of the day as well. We're going to go back to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Vicky Kitty will check out the final standings of the day, and I'll be back to close out the show. So we'll see you again right here in a few.
Hey, what's up? My name's Lightstar Joe, and I'm about to try the homestyle Rice Krispies treat. It's really good. With the marshmallow chunks in it, it's perfect. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name's Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. And now the big question before the break was, did PSS do enough to take that first place position away from Team Pop-Tarts, who have been playing incredibly consistent all night long? Let's check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who stands up top, and it is PSS by 2 points, taking that win away from Team Pop-Tarts, but still, great effort from Team Pop-Tarts. We were noting it before the half that they were basically averaging 11 points a game after their win in game number 1. It looks like here, though, they did get slowed down just a bit in that final game, and PSS were able to sneak away the victory. Now, we do have a tie there in third place between Team Pringles and Team Rockstar, but ultimately, Pringles got the tiebreaker win, and so they do come in third. And so let's go ahead and check in with the last Mobile 1 high-performance moment of that final game, game number 6.
Absolutely insane looking at the difference between getting that second place spot and third. Just huge here for PSS and Team Pop-Tarts. Now, look at the way that they were able to play around this dome. They thought they had a plan setting up those caustic traps, but of course, there was still 3 other squads that they had to worry about. And the team that had the best position here was Team Razor. This is a team that also were getting a lot of consistent KP points throughout the night, but it was this win at the very end that they were able to come out on top, all because of their positioning and timing when it came to third party in these squads.
And importantly here, just PSS surviving into the top. It was the final 3 squads, by the way, right there at the end. And I don't know exactly if they finished like third, if they finished second, but those are the difference in placement points that basically account for the 2-point win that they had over Team Pop-Tarts. So PSS are just holding on for dear life to try and survive, and they do walk away with the victory. So congratulations to PSS for taking the win tonight, and for Team Pop-Tarts for coming in second place. Now we will be back tomorrow night for our pro night, so make sure you guys have your clock set for that. It's going to be starting at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard. But now we're going to go ahead and send it back to Yeso to close out the night. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Vicky, Katie, fantastic cast on the day as always, so make sure to give them some love in Twitch chat. And PSS come from behind to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat there at the end, usurping Team Pop-Tarts at the top of the standings by just 2 points. But it goes back to a point that I made about Pop-Tarts at the start of the day. You look back at last week and they had some great performances. Their mid games were looking really good. They weren't quite able to finish. We saw that in one of their games in the second half of the day today, and then they aren't able to finish overall on the night. Now, they're kicking themselves, certainly. They probably shouldn't worry too much. I think they had a great performance here tonight. Certainly something to build on, but they're certainly going to be frustrated after being so close to grabbing first place here tonight, and it just escaping them in the final game. But congratulations to PSS. Big victory for them, and an interesting storyline. I mean, you look at Stomps playing for PSS, and he was on Team Pop-Tarts in Season 2, finishes second overall, and then gets dropped by the squad, replaced by Rakanishu, and then that squad goes on to get signed by Noble. So Stomps getting a little bit of revenge on, the newly minted Team Pop-Tarts, but that's got to feel great. Great performance from PSS tonight, and they're another contender on that open team leaderboard. So big 80 points for them is going to feel good. Keep an eye on PSS as the season continues. A couple reminders before we go. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night. We got Pro Night here for Rice Krispies Treats Week. That'll kick off at 4 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. See if our squads can hold their own against some of the best pros from all across North America. And then if you miss anything from tonight or tomorrow, you want to get caught up on what happened in Series E and everything in the Apex community, make sure to come and hang out with me for Final Circle this Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be going through all of that on the show. Hope you guys enjoyed everything today. More action tomorrow night for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.